Commissioner.
Good morning.
As we all know, last Friday was the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, which is an important day of mourning and reflection. I would like to open this hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabeg to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Commissioner, our next witness is Nicole Audie, and I believe that Ms. Audie has not yet been affirmed.
Good morning, Ms. Audie.
Good morning.
Let's affirm, have the reporter affirm Ms. Audie.
Yes, would you raise your right hand, please? Ms. Audie, do you affirm the evidence you are about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Audie.
Good morning.
I understand that you were the city solicitor at the City of Hamilton from February 2017 to February 2021.
Yes, that's correct.
And I understand that you are currently employed as assistant city solicitor for the City of Cambridge.
Yes,
When did you start in that position?
I started in that position in May of 2021. Sorry. Yes.
So a few months after you left the
Yeah,
City of Hamilton.
shortly after I left Hamilton. Yes.
Okay, so that would be May of 2021.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to talk about your role as city solicitor for the City of Hamilton. Could you describe your role?
As the city solicitor for the City of Hamilton, it was my responsibility to provide legal advice and legal counsel to the City Council and the City of Hamilton through coordinating the internal legal services and any external legal counsel that was needed on particular matters. I provided advice specifically and directly to council as my client, and also to members of staff who were providing services to the corporation as well.
And so you said that you provided advice to council as your client. So did you consider council to be your client?
So council is my client. So the City of Hamilton operates through a board of director system, basically, which City Council is the operating mind, and that they are both and together my client.
Okay. And in terms of, I think you mentioned providing advice to the corporation of the City of Hamilton. Is there a distinction in your mind between providing?
No, there's not.
Okay. And in your role as city solicitor, I take it that was the highest legal position within the city?
Yes.
Who did you report to?
So administratively, I reported to Mike Zagaric, who at the time, when I first began, was the general manager of corporate services. He later was in the role of interim city manager, but my administrative reporting was to the general manager of corporate services. My direct reporting relationship in terms of providing legal advice and legal reports was to council directly.
And I understand that the Legal Services Department was structured into two groups, Dispute Resolution and Commercial Development and Policy, or CDP. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the role of the Dispute Resolution Group?
So the dispute resolution group was led by a deputy city solicitor, and the lawyers and law staff that made up that group were responsible for carriage of a variety of litigation files, administrative, various other types of matters, but in the litigation realm.
And the deputy city solicitor for dispute resolution, that was Ron Sabot?
That's correct.
And how much contact did you have with Mr. Sabot on a day-to-day basis?
So we would be in regular contact.
Sorry, Council. Can I just ask you to pause for a second? I think there's an issue with the live stream. I just don't want to miss anything. Yeah, sorry. I just got alerted to a couple emails saying that it wasn't just popping up for everyone. So I'm just going to double check that real quick. My apologies.
Registrar, I'm told that it may be working now, if that helps.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I was just emailing everyone, giving them the link again. Yeah, I think there might have just been an issue with whichever link that was going to from the website, but I don't think we missed anything. I think it was just that problem, but we're okay to go live now.
Okay.
Thank you. So Ms. Audi, I was asking you about the level of contact that you would have with Mr. Sabot.
Yeah, so Mr. Sabot and I would have regular contact. He would engage with me when there were any particular issues that he felt that needed to be brought to my attention. We also met monthly to review his files and the various items that were needed to be sort of reviewed with me and discussed with me. We would have also regular meetings with the leadership team for the legal services department, which would include Mr. Sabot, the deputy city solicitor in charge of CDP, Debbie Edwards. In addition, the risk manager, Mr. John McLennan, and the manager of prosecutions. So we would meet on administrative and file related matters on a regular basis.
Okay. And you mentioned that the dispute resolution group does work in the litigation realm. So I take it that includes litigation in which the city was named as a party?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
When you say the litigation realm, that includes
Yeah.
litigation or court actions where the city has been sued?
Yes, or in some instances, we would bring actions as needed to recoup various things.
And you mentioned the manager of risk management. Where did risk management fit into the structure?
So shortly after I joined the city, it was reorganized to have the manager of risk management services report into the deputy city solicitor of dispute resolution. So Mr. McLennan reported to Mr. Sabot.
And what was the role of the risk management department?
So their responsibilities were to procure and maintain the city's insurance coverage and manage all claims that came into the city under our insurance portfolio.
How much contact did you typically have with risk management staff?
So risk management staff, minimal insofar as Mr. McLennan and I would have contact as needed through various meetings, unless there was a particular issue that had needed his expertise or that we were dealing with directly.
And what level of involvement did you have in litigation in which the city was a party?
So the lawyers that were dealing with their files operated with a fair degree of autonomy insofar as they had their files and their litigation matters that they would address. They would handle those similar to sole practitioners, and they would have primary carriage of those files. They did, however, have the benefit of Mr. Sabot's experience in terms of bringing any matters that they may need questions or clarification on. And as in addition, I was always available to staff if they had any particular concerns that may raise issues or have input or relevance to council related matters.
And did you have a general sense of the litigation that they were handling at the time?
At a very high level. The individual claims or matters, unless there were particular themes or areas that would raise to a level of council concern, if there were reports or if there was particular direction that we needed to obtain from council, the staff handling the files would draft the reports and they would go through to council under my signature.
And so you would become involved when, I think you said it reached a level of council concern?
Yes, if there were particular council issues or if a particular matter required council approval or direction in terms of final resolution.
Were you involved at all in the discovery process for these matters?
No, I was not. If staff had particular questions on how to handle a file, those would be addressed primarily by Mr. Sewell.
And I understand that Berdina McNeil, who's now Justice McNeil, reported to Mr. Sabot at the time?
Yes, she did.
And what was her role?
She was one of our very experienced litigators with respect to administrative law matters, and she had particular expertise in the area of freedom of information requests.
And I understand that Dina Lazau and Dan Bartley were also part of the dispute resolution group?
Yes, Ms. Lazau and Mr. Bartley were also two of our experienced litigation counsel.
Okay. And they reported to Mr. Sabot?
They did as well.
And how much contact did you typically have with the lawyers who were under Mr. Sabot?
So I made it a practice of engaging with my staff in terms of popping in and saying hello, asking how they were doing. But on a file specific matter, they largely handled their matters unless there was a particular interest or they thought that there was something particularly interesting about a file, they would pass that on. But for the most part, they handled those matters directly.
And so what was the role of the Commercial Policy Development or CDP group?
So generally the department was divided into the two areas, being litigation and the balance of the work that lawyers traditionally do. With the CDP area has real estate lawyers who practice in the real estate area, planning and development law, general corporate commercial type work, and other general solicitor work to review contracts, provide general advice, and in particular provide any administrative advice on the Municipal Act or interpretations for council or the clerk's department.
Okay, so the dispute
Hold on.
resolution was, oh, sorry,
Oh,
ahead.
that's fine.
were you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay, so the dispute resolution group was primarily litigation. The CDP group was primarily solicitor work. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I understand that the city had its own office to deal with freedom of information requests, which was within the purview of the city clerk's office. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. There were a number of officers and staff that worked in the Freedom of Information office of the clerk's department.
And it was that office who would determine what documents would ultimately be released pursuant to an FOI request that was made to the city?
Yeah, so they were responsible for intake of the requests, seeking the necessary documents from the various departments, and reviewing and assessing if any exemptions under the Freedom of Information Act applied. Yes, that was their primary role.
So what role, if any, did the Legal Services Department play when the city received a Freedom of Information request?
So generally speaking, on receipt or review of an FOI request, the legal department would have limited involvement with those types of matters. And the exceptions to that would be if we had particular request from a department who was responding to a particular request, whether they had questions or concerns, or in the also if there were any particular, if it was related to a legal matter, where they were seeking claim information in terms of a matter that was potentially in litigation or otherwise, we would have involvement in that respect.
So would the involvement come from the FOI office or from other departments within the city?
Both. So if it was a request for matters that were in litigation, usually those would come to the FOI from the FOI office. But in other instances where the particular department had a question or concerns around the information that was being sought, that could come to us through that route as well. So both instances.
And so if it was coming in from a department, who would it come to within the Legal Services Department?
That would vary depending on the department. So the lawyers in both divisions would have particular relationships with clients, particular areas that they did a lot of work. Sometimes it would come through that to them directly, but for the most part, it would come through to the CDP section, either through Ms. Edwards, or if it was related to a litigation matter, through Mr. Sabot. And they would just assign it to the appropriate individuals. And in most instances, that would be Ms. McNeil, no, Justice McNeil.
And would that come to your attention typically if an FOI request came in and there was a request for assistance from Mr. Sabot or Ms. Edwards?
Generally speaking, no, they were that part of their role. One of their main purposes was to assign and distribute work amongst their staff. If it was a particularly sensitive matter or something that they thought would warrant my knowledge or my involvement, they would raise it with me. But as a matter of course, they would take those matters and address them to the satisfaction of the client department.
So we talked about Mr. Sabot, who's Deputy City Solicitor for Dispute Resolution, Ms. Edwards, who is Deputy City Solicitor for the CDP Group. Did you have any other direct reports?
No, the two Deputy City Solicitors were my primary direct reports.
And did Mr. Sabot or Ms. Edwards report to anybody else apart from you?
No.
How often did the Legal Services Department come into contact with the Public Works Department within the city?
Frequently. They were, so our two main client departments were the Planning Department and the Public Works Department. So a variety of files through a variety of different issues would come through to us for assistance on particular reports, reviewing contracts. If it escalated to a dispute with a contractor, it might progress into a litigation matter. So there's a variety of matters that would be brought to us from Public Works.
And when Public Works is bringing an issue to Legal Services, how does that happen? Who do they bring it to?
It depends on the nature of the dispute. So if it was contract, general, work of that nature, that would go through the CDP, through Ms. Edwards. Her and Mr. McKinnon would correspond. It would get assigned to the appropriate lawyer with the necessary expertise, depending on the nature of the request. Similarly, if it was related to litigation matter that was ongoing, those would go through Mr. Sabot and again to the lawyer directly handling the file.
And so how much contact did you have with the public works staff?
At a general manager level, a fair bit. We would meet through all of the council and committee meetings that I would attend. But that in terms of directly assigning work or dealing with matters, that would largely go through the deputy city solicitors, again, unless it was a matter that was at council or where the reports were going to council, then I would be generally made aware of whatever advice was being provided by staff on particular council reports. And and if there were any particular issues, Mr. McKinnon could speak to me about them directly.
So your contact was primarily with Mr. McKinnon?
Yeah, or the directors. I mean, certainly if it was a particular issue that they were dealing with, they would speak to me again as well. Certainly had conversations with both of them.
When you say both of them, you're referring to?
Sorry, Director Soldo and Director McGuire.
Thank you. So what role did you play in determining what issues would go to City Council and when?
So my responsibility was to provide the corporation with and the city with legal advice. So when there were particular matters that from litigation and solicitor client advice perspective, if I was drafting a report that needed to go to council, I would speak to at that point my general manager and ultimately the city manager for the appropriate timing to bring those reports, depending on the urgency and the need to provide information to council. Those on litigation and those matters that would go in camera, that we would draft those reports and provide that directly. In terms of other reports from other departments, we would usually be asked to provide some input into the report drafting, but the timing of those reports again would be determined by the general manager and ultimately the city manager in terms of agenda management.
So if there was a matter that related to litigation that needed to go before council, that was ultimately your decision to whether or not to bring it?
So whether or not to bring it, yes, that would be my decision. The timing of that report would then be one assessed and reviewed by the city manager. Obviously with my input if that was necessary, but yes.
And that was Mr. Zagaric at the time?
At the time, yes.
So the city has produced some handwritten notes that you authored, which are in the inquiry database and are referred to in the overview document. I just wanted to understand, what was your practice for taking notes during this time? And I'll say kind of from, let's say, mid 2018 through to early 2019.
Sure. So when I began at this city, I had developed a report writing or a note-taking template. So I had pads of paper that had the note taking template on it, which I would use to record my notes at particular meetings or phone calls or that sort of thing. So I believe you have copies of notes written on those templates. For a brief period of time in early 2019, I switched and started using an agenda, a bound agenda with the calendar and room for notes on the side, which I then abandoned and went back to my note taking practice of my templates, which I liked better.
And so when you say early 2019, like, is that like January 2019?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the beginning of a calendar year, and the agenda started at January, and then I gave it a try, and then I ultimately went back to writing on my templates.
And do you recall when you went back to writing on your templates?
I don't. It would have been, towards the end of the first quarter, I believe.
And I understand from the city that the city hasn't been able to locate a copy of the bound agenda book that you mentioned.
I understand that to be the case. It was I left it in my office. I haven't seen it since then.
Okay. So let me just pull up one of the templates just so that we can have a look at it together. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 0064355? Is this the template you're referring to?
It is.
Okay. And in the template where it says topics to discuss, what did you prepare in advance, the topics that you would want to discuss?
Sometimes it depended on the situation that was available there. If that was the case, I could put a few thoughts down ahead of time.
Okay. And I take it questions to ask was if you had questions that you wanted to ask in the meeting?
Yeah, or they came out, or follow-up questions. It could be both.
Okay. And where it says action items, what did you record there?
Yeah, those are generally things that my takeaways or things I was going to do following the meeting, or if there were things assigned to other people, I would keep track of those.
Okay. And under key dates, I take it you're recording key dates?
Yeah, if there was anything there, yeah, these were all attempts to trigger note-taking in meetings for me, so.
Okay. And how, did you take notes of all calls and meetings?
Many of them. It would depend on the nature of the call. If it was a particular discussion that I felt needed to be documented, then I would do that. But it wasn't, every single call.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 0052704? We're going to come back to that note. So here we have a Hamilton Spectator article from July of 2017 called Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill? Do you recall being aware of this article or ones like it in or around July of 2017?
No, I was generally aware of there being crashes and accidents on the Red Hill, but this particular article I wasn't aware of at the time. I had just started at the city a few months before, and it hadn't been raised with me.
When you say you were generally aware of there being crashes and accidents on the Red Hill, was that as a result of discussions within the city, or did you recall?
No, so my general awareness was that of one of a resident of Hamilton, as opposed to having any conversations or particular discussions with staff at the city.
Okay. Do you recall being aware that Gary Moore had made some comments to the Spectator?
Not at the time. I was not aware of those comments.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 0064357? So this is a letter from Shillington's lawyers addressed to Diana Swaby, who is a supervisor in claims administration. And I understand Ms. Swaby was in the risk management department. Is that right, Ms. Otten?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you aware in January of 2018 that Shillington's was acting for the city in respect of a motor vehicle accident that occurred on the link?
No, I wasn't specifically aware of their individual retainer on that matter. I was generally aware that there were litigation matters to deal with the Red Hill and the link, but not of this particular correspondence.
And when would the city retain external counsel for something like a motor vehicle accident case?
So it would vary depending on the nature, but generally those would be claims that were under our insurance if they were above the deductible. Generally, we would deal with internal matters that were under our insurance deductible in-house.
Did you see this letter at the time?
No,
Okay.
I did not.
And Registrar, could you just go to the next page? Image 2. Yeah. So here, this letter includes an update on a review of City of Hamilton records. Would you have expected to see a letter like this at the time?
No, the claims were handled by the risk management staff. If at some point it was needed to get council approval or to deal with a particular issue that was beyond the scope of the insurance and that was in City Council's purview to address, then those would come to me. But the day-to-day and general administration of these files, particularly in the risk management department, were handled by risk management staff. And if they were litigation matters, they would be handled by the lawyers in the dispute resolution section.
Did you ever see this letter except in the course of preparing for this inquiry?
No, I did not, other than through this inquiry.
So you'll see here on image 2, in the second paragraph under City of Hamilton records, it talks about some records, and then in the last sentence it says, to further complicate matters, certain engineering studies commissioned prior to the accident were never submitted to council due to deficiencies with the calculations. Overall, the results of the post-accident traffic and engineering reports do not raise concerns regarding the design and operation of the link. Inter-office emails and buried reports, however, do raise issues that will have to be addressed in order to successfully defend these actions. Do you recall any discussion within the legal services department about this idea of potential buried reports?
No, I did not. And no, certainly not at that time, if that's what you're asking. Sorry,
Yes,
to be clear.
Yes,
Okay.
at that time. Or how about at any time before, let's say, November of 2018?
So before the issue came to my attention, I was not aware of, in November of 2018, I was not aware of there being any suggestion of buried reports.
Registrar, you can take this. Oh, actually, before we go off this document is not in any of the overview documents, so I would ask that we mark it as Exhibit 162.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can take this document down. Thank you. So Ms. Audi, when did you first learn of the Tradewin report?
I don't have a specific recollection of when I was made aware of the Tradewin report, but I believe that it was between November the 13th and November the 20th, based on my review of documents for the inquiry.
Okay. And what do you recall about first learning about it? How did it come to your attention?
Pardon me?
How did it come to your attention?
So it came to my attention, it was raised with me initially by Ms. McNeil. She had been asked to provide advice to Public Works regarding an FOI request. It had come to her attention that there was a report that had not been previously provided to council. She was, the concerns that were raised to her through Public Works staff at the time were initially that there were some inconsistencies between comments that were made regarding the existence of the report and the functionality of the roadway. And in addition, as a result of that, there was also concern that council had not been provided with a copy of the report and wasn't aware of the information within it, and that this might come to the public's attention through release of the report through the FOI process prior to it being provided to council. And so those were the two concerns and how it was raised with me.
And why was she raising it with you as opposed to potentially with Mr. Sabot?
So I believe, I can't speak, but I imagine she would have also had communications with Mr. Sabot. However, given the sensitivity and the potential concern, particularly regarding the inconsistencies of the statement and wanting to ensure that council was made aware of the information in the report prior to it being released publicly, those are both issues that I had asked staff to make sure that if there were any council or highly sensitive issues that they did bring those to me directly. And so this was, she was providing that information to me so that I could be aware and be involved in the matter going forward.
And so you mentioned the Freedom of Information request, just in terms of timing, that came into the city on November the 8th, 2018.
That's my understanding.
So, okay. When you talked to Ms. McNeil, did you or her have an initial view or discussion about whether the Tradewood report would have to be released under the FOI request?
So I don't recall the specifics of our conversation, but I do recall from the outset that it was her opinion that this was a responsive document. That is, the Tradewood report was a responsive document to the FOI request, and as a result would likely, and if not certainly, be released under that request. The only issue or potential aspect that she was continuing to review was if there, and largely based on my request, was to just confirm that there were no exemptions that would apply to the document, and she was conducting that review ongoing.
Did you get a copy of the Tradewood report at the time? When she first
No,
came?
I don't believe I received a copy of the report at the time. She was raising it with me so for my situational awareness at this point, and to identify the concerns that had been raised with her. And my understanding was that she was continuing to review and assist Public Works with their review and gathering of the documents for the FOI request, and that was ongoing.
And did she tell you about the content of the Tradewood report?
I believe at some point early on, I can't recall if it was in our initial discussion in terms of the specific content of it. I know that I was made aware of that fairly shortly thereafter. And certainly by the time I spoke with staff on November the 20th.
And when you say you're aware of that in terms of the content, what was your understanding of what the Tradewood report said?
Initially, and my understanding was that it's identified friction results that were assessed based on a standard that was not reflective of Canadian or particularly North American standards. So we didn't have similar standards here to assess the information, and it was also identified as being at that point in time to me a draft report or part of a draft report that had not been finalized.
But did you have an understanding of what the Tradewood report said about the friction levels vis-a-vis the standards you just described?
Well, I understood that there were standards identified, that they had done testing, but that it was at a investigate level, I believe. But at this point in time, it was really just the fact that there was a report that had friction related information that had not been provided to council, and that there were inconsistent statements about how what impacts that report may have in terms of comments made to the public and to council. So the specific technical nature of it, we didn't discuss at that point.
And who did you get that information from in terms of the standard and it not reflecting North American standard?
So I don't recall the specifics of those initial discussions, but I believe that information would have been provided to me through conversations with Mr. McGuire and potentially with either Ms. McNeil or Ms. Sabot based on their further review. So they would have been the sources of that discussion with me.
And so you recall speaking with Mr. McGuire in those early days?
I recall having conversations with him. The specifics and timing, I don't recall, but I know that I did speak to him about it at that time.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64308? Then I'm going to take you to image 3. Document. So Ms. Audie, this is an email exchange between Ms. McNeil and Ms. Edwards. You're not copied on it, but what I wanted to take your attention to is in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a handwritten note from Ms. Edwards that says subsequent discussions with D. McKinnon, M. Zagaric, Ron, and Nicole re-FOI request and next steps, November 13th, 2018.
Yes, I see that there.
And so earlier you mentioned that you, based on your review of the materials, you believe that you learned of the trade wind report sometime between November 13th and the 20th.
Yes.
Is this where you got the November 13th date from?
Yes, I believe, so I don't recall specifically having the conversation that Ms. Edwards refers to in her note. I believe that there may have been subsequent discussions around that time that Mr. Sabot attended. I don't specifically recall being involved in a discussion that Ms. Edwards refers to here. That said, I don't have any reason to believe it didn't happen, but I don't recall.
Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Edwards about this issue?
I remember her identifying that she had had some conversations with Bertina or that Gord had raised the issue with her and that she had suggested he speak to Bertina and Mr. Sabot. So she had directed it to the appropriate individual to address.
What do you recall about the first time you met or spoke with Mr. McKinnon or Mr. Zagaric about this issue?
I don't have any specific recollections around when and how this was discussed with them. I know that I did speak to Mr. McKinnon and would have had his input and assessment of the report. In terms of speaking with Mr. Zagaric, I know that there were subsequent conversations that Mr. Sabot attended where Mr. Zagaric was present. We also had further discussions and following conversation that I had with Mr. Sabot and that Ms. McNeil, following her discussions on the 3rd, that I reached out to Mr. Zagaric and requested that we have a conversation with all of the parties to all of the divisions and individuals who were involved in the matter to suggest a coordinated approach going forward.
Okay, we're going to get to those conversations in early December. But you mentioned that you spoke with Mr. McKinnon and you would have gotten his input and assessment of the report. So what input did he provide? Mr. McKinnon, I mean.
So I don't recall the specifics of those conversations, and I don't believe that I have any notes or documents that speak to them. I believe that I would have had conversations with him just around the nature of the report and to get a sense from him what, if any, concerns he had. And at no point in time did he identify to me that there were that he had any particular concerns about the road being unsafe. And then I would identify what steps I was intending to take, which would be to ultimately get a liability and risk assessment moving forward. So I would have shared that information with him.
And what about with Mr. Zagaric? What were you talking to Mr. Zagaric about in those early days?
Similarly, my expectation that we would be bringing a report to council to identify the existence of the trade wind report and its content. And my contribution to that was the liability and risk assessment. So that I identified to him that was what I was intending to work on, and that in order to do so, I was going to be retaining outside legal counsel. So I would have identified that to Mr. Zagaric at the time.
So in those early days, and when I say early days, I mean kind of in or around November 13th to the 20th.
Yep.
Had there been discussions already to report to council?
It was always my understanding that the trade wind report would be identified to council. At that point, the question of the content of the report from staff, that is, in terms of providing the assessment, would ultimately be determined based on our review, like our internal staff review of the report and the context and the sort of historical background and the liability assessments. And a component of that would obviously be what information was ultimately determined to be responsive and provided through the FOI process. So all of those things were being considered and reviewed, but the decision and the need for a report to council was always my understanding.
So from your perspective, what were the steps that needed to be taken before the report could go to council? When I say the report, I mean the staff report about the trade wind report.
So whenever we look at a report to council, the primary thing that as staff we do is assess on balance, the timing and the urgency of the report and the nature and degree of the information that needs to be provided so that council can make an informed decision if a decision is asked for them, or be provided with the necessary information to understand the context of the information they're receiving. In this case, the balance, as far as I understood it at the time, was not one of urgency. So there was not a need to bring a report to council on an urgent basis on there being any concerns that the road was unsafe or that imminent work needed to happen to make the road safe. It was really a question of ensuring that council was aware that the report existed in a timely way with sufficient information to digest that and to address the inconsistencies of previous statements from a liability perspective, which was obviously my contribution and my role in having those discussions.
Registrar, you can take this document down. Thank you. So you mentioned that there wasn't a need for urgency, at least from the perspective of public safety. But were you aware that the deadline that had been given for the materials to go to the FOI request office was November 15th, 2018?
So initially I understood that was the ideal timeline, and usually 30 days is provided to respond. In instances where there's a great volume of materials or staff identify that it's going to take longer, they can request additional time from the clerk's office to provide the information. It was my understanding that they were seeking additional time to provide, that staff were seeking additional time to provide their responses to the FOI office. So in terms of urgency, there was certainly a desire to ensure that council had the information in advance of it being released publicly, and that we were attempting to coordinate that to balance to get the right amount of information to them in an appropriate amount of time with when we anticipated the FOI request would be released. But ultimately, as I think we've identified, the FOI office doesn't take direction from me on those regards, in that regard rather. So we were trying to anticipate that when the FOI report release information would be released in order to identify the appropriate timing.
So do you recall being part of discussions where you talked about getting an extension to at least deliver the materials to the FOI office?
I understood that to be the case. I don't recall having specific conversations about that, but it was my understanding at various points that the timing of the information being provided to the FOI office was extended, and by the time we had conversations in mid-December, that expectation was that information would be provided in January. So the timing of the report to council was ultimately reflected by the timing at which the information was going to be provided to the FOI office, and then in anticipation of it being released to the public.
When you say you had an understanding, who did you get that understanding from?
I can't recall whether that came from Ms. McNeil or from reaching out to the FOI office directly, but I did have that understanding. As I believe, Ms. McNeil was ultimately dealing with that on a daily basis.
Okay, but you wouldn't, I mean, the FOI office wouldn't. So did you reach out to the FOI office before, let's say, mid-January or January 2019?
I don't recall. At some point, I did request that the FOI office advise if they were able to when they anticipated the report being released, simply as a courtesy if that was available to them, but not in any way to influence their timing. And I did receive that information from Ms. Pilon at some point. I believe it was in February.
Okay, I think we have a note of that, so we'll get there.
Yeah.
But in terms of the FOI office, they can't release anything until they actually obtain the materials from the public department. Okay, and so when you said that you had an understanding of that there would be an extension requested was that to provide the materials to the FOI office?
Yes.
And who did you get that understanding from?
I don't recall specifically. I believe it was either Ms. McNeil or Ms. McGuire in terms of whoever was, they were the two that were coordinating the development of that material or the gathering of that material.
Whose decision was it to request the extension?
I don't know. That wasn't, I wasn't involved in that discussion.
So it wasn't your decision?
It was not my decision.
I take it you understood that Ms. McNeil was working on the FOI request, and I think you mentioned to gather materials and determine if any exemptions applied.
So Ms. McNeil was assisting. So in terms of providing advice, it's the client department. So ultimately the Public Works Department that's responsible for gathering all of the information, regardless of whether an exemption applied, gathering all the information and providing it to the FOI office. If they had any questions around whether a particular exemption applied, Ms. McNeil could certainly provide that advice. But ultimately, even that decision of whether the exemption applies or not is made by the FOI office. But we would provide some advice and guidance if requested.
So what was your understanding of what Ms. McNeil was doing with the FOI request at the time? And when I say at the time, I mean late November, let's say mid to late November of 2018.
So I knew she was meeting and reviewing the documents that Public Works had gathered. I was aware of that meeting that she had on December the 3rd. She spoke to me following that meeting. So it was my understanding that she was assisting them with that review. But again, as you know, it wasn't necessarily something she was dealing with on a daily basis. She had a number of other files that she would have also been working on. So in balance with her workload, she was assisting them as best she could in terms of assessing and providing advice on the review of the documents.
What advice would she be providing? Because I take it that the FOI office decides whether or not a document is exempt. Mr. McGuire and the Public Works Department were gathering the materials. So what was Ms. McNeil's role in all this?
So her role was to answer any questions regarding the potential application of any exemptions and to assist and answer any questions that the Public Works Department had on those exemptions or on the documents themselves. So I don't know that I can answer it any better than that.
I take it even if the Legal Services Department believed that a document might fall under an exemption, it would still have to go to the FOI office though.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So if we were asked or if we had any advice that was provided, it was again advice and ultimately the officers and the staff and the Freedom of Information Office determined what documents were released and what were not. But we, as we do with all of our client departments, we provide advice and offer assistance in understanding the legislation. Certainly they are the subject matter expertise on the day-to-day process and application of that, with the exception maybe of Ms. McNeil.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62477? Ms. Audie, here we have an email from you to Mr. Sabot and to Mr. McLennan, dated November the 20th, 2018.
Yes, I see that.
And the subject is PW Red Hill matter. And you say, hi, further to our discussion last week, do we have any concerns with Dan McKinnon speaking to Gary Moore on the issue of the report regarding the friction to get more of his perspective and determine if there are any other documents we need to be aware of? So when you say the report regarding the friction, I take it that's the Tradewin report?
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
And so what discussions have you had with Mr. Sabot and or Mr. McLennan before this email?
So I don't recall the specifics. I do know, I mean, I believe that the email refers to previous discussions and that I would have spoken to them about it. I'm not sure exactly the nature of the conversations, but I believe we had initiated our discussions around retaining an outside legal counsel in terms of providing a risk and litigation assessment. And that's the second part of the email where we refer to Mr. Bogosian. So I do recall speaking to them about that.
And why was Mr. McLennan involved at that time?
So at this point in time, I had drawn in both of my subject matter experts in the department in terms of litigation and risk management. So as I was aware that we had both ongoing litigation matters and claims, I wanted to have Mr. McLennan and Mr. Sabot involved in the discussions to make sure that that I was aware of all of the necessary pieces of the story of what was happening. So I had them involved. I also wanted to confirm in terms of the discussion around Mr. Bogosian, I anticipated that either Mr. Sabot or Mr. McLennan would be aware of any claims that might involve Mr. Bogosian in terms of being aware in advance of any possible conflicts before I spoke to him.
Okay.
And that's what I was asking about.
Okay, but before we get to the second paragraph, I just want to stick to the first paragraph for a moment, where you talk about concerns with Mr. McKinnon speaking with Mr. Moore. Had you had any discussions about Mr. McKinnon possibly speaking with Mr. Moore about the Tradewin report at this time?
I don't recall specifically, but if I refer to it it may or may not have had any conversations about Mr. McKinnon speaking to Mr. Moore, but I believe that the reason that I identify it here is that Mr. McKinnon would have reached out to me just to check and to see. I don't believe that there would have been any reason for concern for the conversation, but in light of the discussions, I wanted to just confirm again with Mr. Sabot and Mr. McLennan that they weren't aware of anything that maybe I wasn't before identifying to Mr. McKinnon that we had no concerns.
And do you recall if Mr. Sabot or Mr. McLennan identified any concerns?
Not that I recall. I don't believe so. I don't believe there were any concerns.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. McKinnon about the conversation with Mr. Moore?
I believe that I spoke to him about his desire to speak to him and to get additional information and ensure that we had awareness of all of the information that he would have dealt with at the time, but I don't recall the specifics of the conversation. I certainly had no concerns with him speaking to Mr. Moore.
And then in the second paragraph, you say, where are we with regards to speaking to David Bogosian? And I think it should be our assessment of risk/impact on litigation matters and the need for an interim. Should we set up a meeting to review with Verdina the MFIPA issue? So who is David Bogosian?
David Bogosian is a litigator who has particular expertise in road and safety liability, in particular with municipalities. And I was aware of his work by reputation and for having had awareness of him being involved with other municipal issues relating to road safety and liability.
And so by this time you had decided that you wanted to retain Mr. Bogosian?
That was my suggestion. I recall at the meeting I had with Mr. Sabot and Mr. McLennan asking if they had any other experts that they would recommend, and we landed on Mr. Bogosian as our preferred option.
So what did you want to retain Mr. Bogosian to do?
So at this point in time, the concerns that were raised to me through Ms. McNeil and Ms. McGuire were relating to the inconsistencies in statements that had been made regarding the roadway and the impacts that the release of the Tradewin report might have in terms of identifying some of those inconsistencies. and I was also aware at the time that we had ongoing litigation matters relating to incidents on the Red Hill. So based on both of those issues of potential discoverability and also issues of ongoing litigation matters, I wanted to have an expert in that type of law and review conduct and provide the city with an opinion as to the general liability and risk assessment that would come from ultimately releasing the Tradewin report to the public.
So you mentioned that you were aware that there were concerns regarding inconsistencies in statements made about the roadway.
Yes.
What do you recall about those inconsistencies?
I recall them being identified to me as there were previous statements made both in council meetings and in the media regarding the nature of the Red Hill. I don't recall the sort of the specifics around what was identified, but that was raised to me as an issue. And so that was part of the reason that I wanted to have an outside legal opinion on what, if any, impacts this would have on the city's liability.
I think you had mentioned that it was Ms. McNeil that mentioned to you the concerns with the inconsistencies.
So initially it was raised, those issues were raised when Ms. McNeil spoke to me at the outset. I also recall that similar concerns were raised by Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire as we conversed on that through the process.
So by this time, had you spoken with Mr. McGuire?
The time being the 20th?
Yeah, in the early days.
I can't say for sure. I believe that I may have. I certainly know was speaking with him around this time. I can't recall specifically.
Do you recall generally what your discussions with Mr. McGuire were about around this time frame?
Again, they were focused on the release of the information, the fact that he had learned about this as he was going through his initial orientation, his own orientation to the department. He was concerned about the inconsistencies of statements made, what had previously been advised to council, and that this report had not previously, the information in the report had not, as far as he was aware, been provided to council specifically, and that might raise concerns both for council and the public once it ultimately was released, and he wanted to ensure, and as did the rest of the leadership team, that council had that information in advance of its public release.
Did you tell him that you were planning on retaining external counsel?
I believe I would have. I don't recall specifically mentioning that to him. I know that I would have identified that to him at some point early on, that was my plan. And certainly once I had spoken to David, I did convey that information and the nature of our discussions in further meetings with staff in December.
I think we'll get to that. So at the time, in November 20th, 2018, you write about speaking to Mr. Bogosian about the need for an interim. What were you referring to there?
I believe that I was referring to the potential need for an interim report to council, although I can't say for certain.
What does an interim report to council mean, as opposed to just a report to council?
So again, as I sort of mentioned earlier, we as staff constantly are balancing timing, urgency, and sort of amount of information that is provided to council. That's our role. So for my perspective, wanting to, if there was the need for any more urgent timing of providing that information to council, which could have been identified if there was an imminent release of that information for FOI, but certainly had there been any suggestion or indication of concerns about the road being unsafe or any urgent need for work to be done, that would have also then obviously triggered a more quick response to council. So sometimes, depending on the nature of the information and what's happening, we can provide a bit of an interim report, so a heads up to say, hey, this is an issue that we're dealing with. We're looking at it for you. Wanted to make sure you were aware of it, and that we advise what we would be bringing. And sometimes that actually gives council an opportunity to kind of raise any preliminary questions they might have, or items that they would like particularly for staff to identify in the final report. So we can, sometimes it's done as an iterative approach.
And I think you had mentioned earlier that you didn't see a particular sense of urgency on the FOI side because there was extensions were going to be granted for the provision of the materials to the FOI law.
Yeah, and then that was an early, that timeline was moving, right? So that was a moving target as we progressed through the process. So initially, I think there was, and maybe at this point in time, maybe more of a concern that information might be released more quickly. But as we moved through the process and PW continued their review of their documents, the volume and the time needed to review that, I think, grew. And so the need for an extension developed. I can't say particularly at this moment whether I knew that the extension was or happening or not, but that was the concern, making sure that council, in the absence of any indication of a safety concern, making sure that then council, so if that issue was addressed and not part of our consideration, then the real issue was making sure that council had the information in advance of it being released publicly. And that information was then, we had sufficient time to build and provide a meaningful presentation to council, which was ultimately provided in February.
And why were you asking, why were you potentially going to be retaining Mr. Bogosian to give you an opinion on whether or not you needed to make an interim report to council?
So I wasn't asking him whether he felt I should bring an interim report to council. It was a question of timing. So wanting to ensure that I had an opportunity to speak with David, or at least get that process started if we were bringing an interim report to council based on other factors. So David wouldn't have any involvement or provide any opinion, nor was he asked to provide an opinion on the need or the timing of an interim report to council.
Were there any discussions at this time about determining if any interim safety measures would be required?
So
when I say interim safety measures, I just mean pending the resurfacing of the road, because I understand that the plan was to resurface the road in 2019. And so when I say interim safety measures, that's what I'm referring to.
So in terms of whether there were discussions around interim safety measures that needed to be done, that's not my role. My role is to review the litigation and the potential liability issues. So that was the work that I was undertaking. I was aware, maybe not initially at this exact moment, but at some point very soon, that the Public Works Department were engaging in reviews, safety reviews independently with SEMA, and that work was being undertaken. And certainly, if not exact this moment, very shortly, I was made aware of that work being done by SEMA, both in 2015 and the subsequent work that was ongoing. So I wasn't looking at the interim safety measures or anything to do with the safety of the roadway. That was Public Works staff's responsibility. And certainly I wouldn't have the technical expertise to be able to provide that information.
Did you have any discussions with Public Works staff about potential interim safety measures on the roadway and the work that they were doing?
So I was aware that they were doing safety review and that there was a number of reports that they were working on in terms of additional considerations that they were bringing forth regarding the Red Hill. In terms of safety measures, it was my expectation that if there were any concerns related to the safety of the roadway, that they were dealing with those directly. And certainly at no point in time during any of the conversations that I had with the general manager, with either of the directors, did they indicate to me that there was any concern about the roadway being unsafe. We did have subsequent conversations, but in particularly recalling December the 14th discussion, where we did speak about the countermeasures and the information that SEMA had provided around additional steps that could be taken to make the road more safe. And from my perspective, those discussions were related to the potential for that to improve the city's position from liability in terms of undertaking those mitigation measures, and that Public Works was dealing with them from this public safety side of things. So that's the conversations that I had with them about that.
Okay, I think, yeah, we'll get to the December 14th conversation. By this point, did you have a date in mind as to when you might be providing a report or an interim report to council?
No, I think the concern was, and again, that balance, trying to strike the balance between getting information to them quickly and having enough time to provide the information that would be the most valuable to them. As the concern was, again, once in the absence of there being a concern about whether the road was unsafe, the timing really was one of when the FOI information would be released, and that was a moving target. So we were, and certainly one that we had no control over. So the desire was to ensure that it went in advance of it being released publicly, and that was ultimately, as we moved through the process, extended to at least January, when we would expect that information to be provided to the FOI office and ultimately then released. So that was the timing initially, and by December we had determined that was our preferred, or not preferred approach, but that our recommended approach. And we had a conversation with the mayor in December to confirm that that was appropriate, and then proceeded on that basis into the new year.
Okay, well, we're going to get to the conversation with the mayor too. So if the thinking at the time was potentially providing an interim report to council, this heads up about this issue, what needed to happen before that heads up or interim report could be made?
So I think the balance again was to try and find try and get enough information in front of council in advance of there being a release, so of the information publicly. And from my perspective, my role was to provide a liability and risk assessment. So we needed to know what information was going to be provided to the FOI office, and ultimately if there were any exemptions that would apply. And our review, Berdina was working on that component. I was then looking at retaining and getting a legal opinion from Mr. Bogosian in terms of the risk assessment. So I wanted to have that information complete, or at least in a reasonable assessment, so that I could provide even a preliminary review of that liability review work. And then in addition, there was at some point I became aware that Public Works was also working on the safety, additional safety review, and other reports that they were attempting, or that they were intending to bring to council. So all of that work was then being collaboratively reviewed and discussed, and ultimately that was the approach that we took.
Okay, so that was all of the work that needed to be done before the heads up or interim report could be made.
Well, and it really depended on where we were in the process, if the FOI was going to be triggered more quickly. So the need for an interim report was again dictated by that timing. In December, we weren't, my understanding was maybe initially that was a potential, and ultimately that got extended further based on the review of the FOI. We did ultimately take an interim report to council in January the 23rd, which was again an attempt to make sure that we knew at that point that the material had been provided to the FOI office, but we had no idea how long, and had no influence over how long it would be before that information was released. So again, we provided that information that was in the 23rd report, and then followed up the next week with the balance of the presentation that was provided.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull up HAM 61984? We'll go to image 2. So in the middle of this page, we've got an email from Mr. McLennan to you and to Mr. Sabot, November 20th, 2018.
Yes.
And Mr. McLennan writes, my review indicates we have 4 significant claims which could theoretically be impacted by the FOI request. And so why was Mr. McLennan reporting to you on this?
So I had asked him when I met with him and Mr. Sabot to provide me with this information. It would be necessary to discuss and have for whoever was ultimately going to do our external legal opinion to have some sense of the existing claims that the city was facing.
And I understand that the existing claims, the city's lawyers on those, was it Dan Bartley, Dana Lazow, and Shillington's? Those were the lawyers?
Yes, that's correct.
And then at the registrar, could you just pull up the image 1, just the very end of image 1? We can do it side by side. So at the very bottom of image 1, you'll see an email from Mr. Sabot. Yeah, there you go. Dated November 21st.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Sabot says, I'll check with Dan on the issues raised in his matters.
Yes.
Our understanding that's Dan Bartley.
Yes, Daniel Bartley.
And then he says, the fact that Bogosian is not involved in these claims means if we really wanted to involve him, we could. What's your understanding of why Mr. Sabot was writing that?
So as I indicated previously, I wanted to ensure that Mr. Bogosian was not acting in relation to any of our existing claims, as that would create a potential conflict and would preclude me from reaching out to him. So I asked for staff to confirm, and this is that confirmation.
And did you also want to ensure that Mr. Bogosian was not acting for the city on existing matters as well?
I don't think that would have been a concern as much as in terms of there being a conflict, so him acting against the city. But certainly his involvement in other matters would be relevant information, but not a concern.
Were you looking to hire external counsel who had no involvement either for or against the city on these matters?
So I wanted to retain an individual who had the appropriate expertise, whether or not they had involvement or not. I don't know that that was a particular concern of mine. What I did want to ensure was that he had no conflicts in advance of me speaking to him. So it was more of a fact rather than a consideration, whether or not he was involved with current matters for the city.
And then on image 1, you'll see the email in the middle of the page from Mr. McLennan, dated November 21st, 2018, to Mr. Sabot and to you. And Mr. McLennan says, I think we should let the insurer chime in on this too. If they disagree with the city decision to release the report, it might adversely impact coverage. And so what discussions, if any, did you have with Mr. McLennan or anyone else about bringing the insurers into the loop?
So part of the reason why Mr. McLennan was involved in these discussions was because it's his responsibility to provide information and notice to the insurer of claims and potential issues that the city is dealing with. In terms of the particular comments he makes there, I can't speak to those. Mr. McLennan would have to, but that's the reason that he was involved, to make sure that the insurer had all the necessary information that may come from the report being released.
Did you have any discussions about potentially sharing the report with the insurer? The report being the Tradewood report.
So I don't recall having any specific discussions with them about that, but I would have assumed with conversations that any conversations Mr. McLennan would have had with them, had they wished to or had any interest in seeing a copy of it, that he would have provided it to them.
And would the insurer's view have impacted the decision to release the report?
No, it would not. As we discussed earlier, the release of information under the FOI is legislated and is not influenced by whether or not any particular individual or wanted to have that information released or not.
Right, and as you said, ultimately it's the FOI office's call.
Absolutely. Yeah. And not influenced by, and certainly no one from my office would attempt to influence that decision.
And so were you involved in any discussions, whether with Mr. Sabot, Mr. McLennan, or anyone else, about communications with the insurer and when?
So my discussions, I don't recall specifics, but I do recall having conversations with Mr. McLennan that at some point we would need to make sure that the insurer had notice and was provided with whatever information they needed with respect to the report. So I know I did discuss that with him, but I don't recall specifically when and the nature of it. But that would be his responsibility.
Okay, and then Mr. McLennan then goes on to say, Ron, I just spoke with Dan briefly on his 2 claims and let him know you'll be speaking with him. Diana, can you please put a call into Terry Shillington as soon as possible tomorrow? Thanks. So what discussions did you have about notifying Dan Bartley, Dana Lazow, and Shillingtons about this issue surrounding the Tradewind report?
So I don't recall the specifics of particular conversations, but I believe I do know that I spoke with Donna and Dan and Mr. McLennan together and separately on a number of occasions. I believe I would have wanted to ensure that they were certainly aware of the report, aware that staff were looking at, and that the legal services department were looking at getting an external legal opinion on the overall liability, not specifically dealing with any individual claims, and to make sure that the communication was open between their matters and the general matter of the release of the Tradewind report, just to ensure that everybody had the same information and was operating with the best information that they had.
Do you recall if they ever got copies of the Tradewind report? Maybe Mr. Bartley, Ms. Lazow, and Shillington.
So I don't recall specifically whether or not they did, but it certainly was available to them. And yeah, I don't see any reason why. I don't recall whether they were provided or not, but I believe that it would have been available to them.
And were you or Mr. Sabot or anyone else keeping them up to date on the progress of this issue as it until the time it got to council in January 2019?
I believe we had discussions in December with myself and the lawyers that were handling the files. And after that point in time, I believe Mr. Sabot was providing them with updates as needed. And certainly they were advised of all the relevant information at the time, which was that the report existed and that we were proceeding to have an external legal opinion provided. But it wasn't specifically dealing with their matters, but just to make sure they were aware of what was happening.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 61985? So here we just have a calendar appointment. This is for November the 26th, 2018, so almost a week later. Sent to you, Mr. McLennan, Mr. McKinnon. And it's and Mr. Sabot, sorry, yes, it's hidden there. Mr. Sabot's there. And the subject is next steps on RHV. Do you recall this meeting?
I don't recall the specifics, no.
Do you recall generally what discussions you would have been having with this group of people around this time?
I don't, unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 00-61989? So this is an email exchange between Diana Swaby and Terry Shillington. You're not copied on this, but you'll see at the very bottom of image 1, there's an email from Ms. Swaby to Mr. Shillington and Colleen Crawford, who is a clerk in his office. November 26, 2018, that says, "Hi, Terry. This afternoon, I'm meeting with the GM of Public Works as well as the Director of Legal Services and John McLennan of our office concerning an FOI request to release this report. I take it they do not want to release this report." And then it goes on to say, "Do you have a moment to discuss?"
I see that it says that, yes.
Yes. Are you aware of a Director of Legal Services?
No, there's no one that holds that title.
Okay. Are there director level positions within the city though?
There are,
And
but not within the legal department.
I see. Okay, so kind of within the legal department, you didn't use terms like director.
No,
Do you recall having a meeting with Ms. Swaby?
I do not.
Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Swaby in kind of the November, December 2018 time period?
Not directly, no, I don't.
Not direct. You don't recall any. I just want to mean.
Right, no, I don't recall speaking with her. No.
Do you recall any discussions where there was a general sense about not wanting to release the report?
No, to the contrary. In fact, all of the discussions that I had with staff, the expectation was that the report would be released and that staff offered no opinion as to whether they wanted to or not. It was just, that was the fact.
I'm going to move on to another document. So I wonder if we can take our morning break now, Commissioner. We're a few minutes early.
That'd be fine. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll return at 11:15.
Thank you. Ms. Audie, before the break, you had mentioned that you weren't sure if the Tradewin report was provided to Mr. Bartley and Ms. Lozao and to Shillington's, but it was made available to them. How was the report made available to the lawyers?
So I said it would have been made available to them, I believe, if they had needed it. It was certainly within the legal services department, and had they asked for it, it was available to be provided to them. I don't specifically remember whether it was provided to them or not, but I believe it would have been.
It would have been if they asked for it, is what you
Yes.
mean?
And if not, I can't say whether Mr. Sabot or Mr. McLennan may have provided it to them directly. I can't speak to that. So I didn't provide it to them specifically, but I've certainly discussed it with them and they were aware of it.
And did you have discussions with them? So when you said you discussed it with them, what did you say about the report to them?
I don't recall the specifics. I know we discussed that it existed and that there were potential implications that we were reviewing, and if it was relevant to any of their particular matters, I wanted them to be aware of it.
And this is conversations with Ms. Lozao and Mr. Bartley?
Yes, and Mr. McLennan in November.
Okay, so it was your recollection is just generally you talked about it with them so that they had a heads up. Is that?
They had awareness of it and the general nature of the material that was in it, and if it was relevant to their matters, that they could have an awareness of that fact.
And did they talk to you about whether or not it was relevant to their matters?
I don't recall there being anything specific about their particular matters that would made it relevant, but I can't say for sure.
Do you recall if they told you that if they had known about it previously?
No, I don't recall that being discussed.
So you didn't talk to them about whether or not they had ever heard about it before you talked to them?
So I know we would have discussed it, but I don't recall the specifics. Certainly would have wanted to know whether they had any awareness of it previously.
So you would have wanted to know that, you just don't remember what they said?
Yes.
Okay, so you did talk to them about it, you just don't remember what they said?
I don't recall specifically, but I believe I would have wanted to speak to them about it and to know whether they had any previous awareness of it.
Did you have any communications with Shillington's, the external law firm?
No, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that Shillington's had a copy of the Tradewin report?
I believe so, but I did at some point learn that, but I don't recall when that would have happened.
And who told you about that?
Again, I don't recall. I believe it would have been Mr. McLennan, but I don't recall.
And you don't, and in terms of timing, you said, do you recall if it was kind of early, was it before the holidays in December, November, or was it after January, February?
I don't recall.
Did you talk to Mr. McLennan or anyone else about how Shillington's had obtained a copy of the Tradewin report?
No, I did not.
So when it came up that Shillington's already had a copy of it, you didn't ask how they got it?
I honestly don't recall when and how that came up, so I can't speak to any of the specifics around it. I don't know. I don't recall the context of when and how I found out about it. That it had been provided to Shillington's.
And would it have been important to find out how it had been provided?
I don't believe at the time that it was relevant. I think it was later in the process, but again, I can't recall specifically. It certainly wasn't critical to at the point in which I determined that it had been provided.
When you say later in the process, so do you think it happened after disclosure to council?
I do not recall the relative timing at all.
So when you said that you didn't believe that it would be relevant to find out how Shillington obtained the report, why wouldn't that be relevant?
I don't remember the context or the discussions, but I believe that had it been necessary or relevant to whatever I was doing at the time, I would have made those inquiries. We were working on a lot of different things and bringing a lot of different information to council, not just on this matter, but a number of them. And my role was to review and provide council with their liability assessment. The details of the history and all of that were were not necessarily pertinent to that assessment when I was working on the file.
And was anybody looking into the details and the history about what happened with the report?
Again, largely the historical review was Public Works, and that they were the owners of the document. So we conducted our own review in terms of what our files were doing and what information had been provided, but that the bulk of that information and review was Public Works.
And when you said that you were conducting your own review in terms of what the files were and what had happened, so wouldn't that include determining how Shillingtons had obtained the trade wind report?
So for the purposes, no, because the purpose of the report that I was preparing and the information that I was gathering, whether or not they had it was relevant information, not to the provision of the liability assessment. That was not necessarily relevant to that discussion, and certainly, while important to know for this purpose, didn't have any impact on our liability assessment and review, and largely because it was also a high level discussion, and we weren't focusing particularly on the individual files.
So you weren't doing a deep dive into what?
Not at that point in time. The opinion and the review that we were conducting was at a high level, the impact of the release of the report on the city's overall general liability and risk assessment. We knew, and certainly conversation and the information that was provided in Mr. Bogosian's opinion identified that it could likely and may likely have impact on the individual matters. But again, that would really depend on an individual review and whether there were relevant factors in the particular matters or not. So we weren't at that level for this at this point in time.
And before the break, you mentioned that the timing of the interim report to council, which ultimately went on January 23rd, 2019, was driven by the timing of the release to the FOI office.
Partly, in part, yes. Certainly the desire from staff was to ensure that council had an opportunity to review the report and have information about it in front of them before it was released through the process. The challenge that we faced was that while we were aware and could be made aware of when the materials were provided to the FOI office, the time frame and of that review, once it was received by the FOI office prior to it being released to the public, was an unknown quantity, and certainly one that wasn't influenced or had any, we didn't have any bearing on that decision. FOI staff had to do their own review, and so we weren't able to know and really ascertain how much time that would be. So it was, the trigger really was when we would know that it was in the hands of FOI office and could be released at any time.
And so if there had been a determination that some exemptions might apply and the report might not have to be released publicly, would that have affected what you told council?
Not necessarily. I think certainly from my understanding from early onset, and certainly in the conversations that I had with Ms. McNeil in early December, there were no exemptions that were necessarily going to apply. And even if they had, the report and the assessment would have been provided to council on the basis of what was in that report. Regardless, it may have determined how some of that assessment was completed, but ultimately the entirety of the report was going to be provided and reviewed by council. When
you say the assessment, are you referring to the liability assessment?
Yeah. Yes, the liability assessment.
I see. So I just want to make sure I understand. So you wanted to figure out what was going to go to the FOI office and whether or not the report would have to be released, because that would inform the potential liability assessment, and you needed all that before you could make the interim report to council. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, in part. I mean, my understanding from the outset was that the trade wind report would be released in its entirety. I knew we were reviewing to confirm that there were no exemptions or other provisions that would apply. But certainly my opinion, based on my conversations with Ms. McNeil, was that there weren't any exemptions that would apply, and that the entirety of the report would be released. And certainly my conversations with Mr. Bogosian in and around that time in December as well were on the basis that the entirety of the report would be released. At the same time, all of that information, there was still Public Works conducting their review and making sure that they had provided all the relevant documents to the FOI office. But the component that was relevant to me, I was aware of when we were preparing that report.
So by the time, we're going to get to this, by the time you get Mr. Bogosian's opinion, you have you already have what you need to provide your interim report to council, don't you?
So we were still working on providing, well, so for starters, I was looking to have a draft, information from Mr. Bogosian regarding his opinion, which was provided in draft in December. At the same time, we were reviewing, Public Works was reviewing a number of items and other reports, which we discussed at our meeting on December the 14th. So we shared that information, and there was still work ongoing at that point in time. But in particular, like the balance of the timing. So I had a lot of what I needed at that point in time, but there was other work that was ongoing in other departments in other areas. And the balance between getting all of that context and all of that information gathered versus providing an interim report to council. That approach was confirmed then by the mayor in December, and ultimately was determined that the January report was an appropriate, the January reporting cycle was an appropriate time to bring the interim report to council.
Okay. Okay, so we had looked at the email where Mr. McKinnon had asked you about, or sorry, you were asking Mr. Sabot and Mr. McLennan about concerns about having Mr. McKinnon speak with Mr. Moore. So I understand that Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire met with Mr. Moore on November 26, 2018. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McKinnon or Mr. McGuire about that meeting and what was discussed?
No, I don't recall having any specific discussions with them following the meeting. I believe I would have had conversations with them about the information that they would have been provided, but I don't recall the specifics of it. And I know that Mr. McKinnon did send me a copy of his notes, which I had, were transcribed by my assistant at the time.
And so did you
provide, best of her ability.
Did you provide any input on what they would be discussing before the meeting?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and what did you, so you got the notes from the meeting. What, if anything, came of that?
I provided a transcription back to Mr. McKinnon, and that information was then in the hands of Public Works. I don't recall anything further as a result of that.
Why was Mr. McKinnon sending you the notes? Certainly it wasn't just to transcribe it.
No, it was so that I could be aware of the contents of them. And certainly I reviewed those and was aware of what they had discussed. It was so that I was aware of what they had discussed.
Okay. And did you talk to Mr. Sabot, Ms. McNeil, or anyone else in legal services about that?
I don't recall whether I did or whether there was any follow-up as a result.
Did you ever meet with Mr. Moore?
No, not during that period of time.
Did you meet with him at another period of time?
No, not with related to this.
So you have met with Mr. Moore, but not relating to the Red Hill? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A, and we'll go to image 177. So you'll see at paragraph 422, this is December the 3rd, 2018, Ms. McNeil requests a discussion regarding the RHVP MFIPA file. And then at paragraph 423, Ms. Otti, you respond asking if she could come by around 1:30. Do you recall meeting with Ms. McNeil on December 3rd, 2018?
I recall that we met. I don't recall the specific details of the conversation.
And what's your recollection of what's your general recollection of that conversation?
My general recollection was that she was providing me with an update of her meeting with Mr. McGuire and other public works staff earlier in the day, and that they had reviewed and discussed the documents that they had gathered up until that point, and the nature of whether or not there were any exemptions that would apply, and that she had determined that, in her opinion, there were likely no exemptions that would apply.
And did she tell you if she conveyed that to the public works staff in her meeting with them?
I don't recall the level of detail of the conversation that we have. I believe if she was providing that advice, she would have provided it to the client directly.
Do you recall if you had any discussion about the retainer of Mr. Bogosian at this meeting?
I don't recall. I suspect we likely did, given that we were, and that I was anticipating retaining him and ended up speaking to him the next day with her present.
I think so. In terms of the timeline, this is December the 3rd, but you spoke with Mr. Bogosian on December the 7th, just to situate that in your mind.
Yes.
So when you said you spoke with,
Sorry, I thought we had a preliminary discussions with Mr. Bogosian before the 7th, but if that was the 7th, then I stand corrected.
did you have any discussions with Ms. McNeil about what you were going to be retaining Mr. Bogosian to do?
I don't believe so at this point in time, other than to provide a general assessment of the potential impact to risk and liability for the city.
So you would have told Ms. McNeil that you were retaining Mr. Bogosian to provide a general assessment of the potential impact to risk and liability?
I believe so. We would have discussed the nature of that at least at a high level prior to having our later conversations.
Okay, Registrar, could you go to, oh, actually, no, we're on, it's the right page. Paragraph 425. So at the bottom of this page, you'll see that there's notes dated December the 3rd, 2018, that are made following a meeting attended by Mr. McGuire, Ms. McNeil, and Ms. Cameron. And so you referenced in your answer earlier, a meeting that Ms. McNeil had with public works staff. Who
Yes.
did you understand Ms. McNeil to be meeting with?
I don't know whether I knew the full details of all of the participants, but I certainly was aware that she met with Mr. McGuire to speak about the FOI request documents.
Registrar, if you could go to page 179. So these are the notes, and I appreciate that you were not at this meeting, but you'll see at point number 5, it says who is providing direction on this reply. Gord will lead and Berdina will provide client support. Was that consistent with your understanding of what was happening at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And then at number 6, it says if there is a need to inform council of this matter, legal, Nicole, city manager, Mike, and GMPW, Dan will decide on the strategic direction with Gord's input. And so was there an open question at this time about whether council would have to be informed?
So I can't speak to what was discussed at this meeting. I wasn't there. And certainly in my mind, it was not an open question. The council would be informed of the report. And we were in the process of determining what the balance was between the information and the timing of that report.
And in your discussions with Ms. McNeil, was she aware that council was going to be informed?
I believe so, but you would need to ask her that question.
But do you recall telling her that council was going to be informed?
I do recall having that discussion with her, yes.
So you recall telling her that council would be informed? It was just a matter of when?
Yes, I do.
From your perspective, whose decision was it to inform council or not inform council?
So ultimately, the timing of a report and whether it goes on the agenda is the decision of the city manager. That said, given the implications and the various components, it would certainly have sought input from myself on the litigation and liability piece. And had there been any concerns about whether the road was safe or, but there, obviously, as I've indicated previously, there had been no such concerns, those would be raised by Public Works and appropriately identified and brought to council. So the city manager with input from their general managers and the city solicitor. But ultimately, that decision is the city managers.
Okay, and so by this time, December 3rd, 2018, you recall already speaking with Mr. Zaguer and coming to a conclusion that the report would be made to council?
I can't recall exactly when that decision was made, but it was certainly my understanding that that was the case. And had been, that was the understanding that I was operating under.
And so you don't have any information about why it looks like there might be an open question, at least in this note, about the need to inform council.
That's correct. In my mind, it was not. And certainly not based on any conversations that I had had.
Okay, and Registrar, could you go to the next page? That's image 180. And you'll see here at paragraph 426, this is just the second set of notes. And these ones are made by Ms. Cameron. Registrar, could we go to the next page? So image 181. So you'll see here at the very last bullet, it says looking to Ron and Nicole, waiting to hear from Berdina. When is the letter going out? Not before Christmas, mid-January release. And so do you recall having discussions with Ms. McNeil around this time about this timing?
I do recall being aware by the time we spoke with staff in December, so December within the next week or so, that the expectation was that they would have the materials provided and submitted to the FOI office in January.
And did you have any understanding of why it wouldn't have been ready to submit to the FOI office before the holidays?
No, I don't. I wasn't involved at that level of the discussions around what materials they had, what they had an opportunity to gather and source. So no, I hadn't.
Did you have an understanding of whether there was a sense of urgency in the Public Works Department to gather all the materials together?
I can't speak to how they were perceiving the urgency or not. You would need to speak to them about that.
But do you recall having any discussions with either Public Works staff or Ms. McNeil that would give you that sense?
So certainly I was aware that this was a priority item amongst a number of others. And so we were all collectively balancing various priorities and workload items. So specifically related to Public Works, I can't say, but certainly I do believe and was aware that we were all collectively taking steps to move the matter forward, and based on our collective understanding of the urgency and the timing of the report being released under the FOI. As I indicated, I think before, there was no one had raised the issue of there being a safety, the road being unsafe. So we weren't operating on any more urgent basis than ensuring that council had the information in the report prior to it being released by the public.
When you said that there's a collective understanding of the urgency and timing, so I just want to understand, was there urgency on the part of Public Works to at least get the materials over to the FOI office?
So as far as I understood, but you would need to ask them that question.
Okay, so you understood that there was at least a sense of urgency to get it to the FOI office. And then I have your evidence that the timing of the report to council was driven by when that was ultimately provided to the FOI office.
Yes, on the basis because there were no other concerns about the road being unsafe. Had there been any other driving forces to make it a more urgent matter, then it would have come to them sooner. But at this point, we were trying to strike the balance between ensuring that they had enough information and the timing of that. And again, we did confirm that with the mayor at our meeting on the 18th of December.
Registrar, could you go to the next page? This is image 182. So at the very top, it says agenda for January 14th, collision of reports and information about Red Hill already going to council, no significance in lighting. So were you aware that there was already a plan for Public Works to bring certain reports to council on January 14th, 2019?
So I was aware by the December 14th meeting that there were other reports that PW was working on, and a number of them, that they had a particular date and deadline in mind for that. No, I wasn't aware of that particular date. I was generally aware that they were working on other reports, which we discussed at the meeting in December.
And then in the second last bullet on the note, it says Nicole, Dan, Edward, Berdina, next week about the next steps, timelines. What is our message to the FOI staff? Need documents from Mike Beck on the asphalt testing. So do you recall having discussions with Ms. McNeil or Mr. McGuire about the question of what is our message to the FOI staff?
No, my expectation would be that if there were any of those conversations, that was at a file level, and that Berdina would have those conversations with Public Works. And ultimately, the decision or the discussion around timing and how much time Public Works staff needed to complete what, based on that note, looks like additional information from other parties, that would be within Public Works purview to advise and determine, or to determine and then advise the FOI office.
And there's a reference there to Edward. Had you had any discussions with Mr. Soldo by this point?
I don't recall the timing. I know that I did speak to Mr. Soldo at various points, but I don't recall a specific conversation at this time.
Do you recall having those conversations with Mr. Soldo early on, like late November, early December-ish?
Certainly, by the time we met as staff in December 14th, I had conversations with him, if not at that meeting, certainly around that time.
And what were you talking to Mr. Soldo about during that time?
I don't know. I don't recall having any particular conversations, but I may have. I certainly know we met on the 14th.
And what discussions were you having at the time with Mr. McGuire?
Again, I was compiling and working with Mr. Bogosian on the liability piece. I knew that Mr. McGuire and others, including Mr. Soldo, were working on other reports related to the Red Hill. And we met in December at the 14th, on the 14th to share that information in terms of what each of us had been working on with the view to bringing a report to council together in the new year.
Okay, but before you retained Mr. Bogosian, you had discussions with Mr. McGuire and possibly Mr. Soldo about the fact that you were going to be speaking with him?
Yeah, certainly Mr. McGuire. I'm not sure whether I would have had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Soldo, but I certainly had advised Mr. McKinnon. And so that my expectation was that Public Works were aware of what we were doing in terms of reviewing the information that we had been provided with Mr. Bogosian.
I understand that Mr. Sabot was on vacation the week of December the 3rd to the 7th of 2018. Does that accord with your recollection?
I have no recollection of that. It's entirely possible. So I can't say.
Do you recall there was a week when Mr. Sabot wasn't involved in any meetings or calls?
Yeah, absolutely. That's entirely possible. There were a great number of things that were happening at that time of the year. So I suspect if that's the case, then I have no reason to believe otherwise.
So what was Mr. Sabot's role at this time in early December 2018 on this file?
So Mr. Sabot was continuing with all of his duties and responsibilities in terms of the staff that he was supervising, particularly with respect to this matter. He had attended meetings, I believe on my behalf in late November, but also had attended further meetings with me as the deputy city solicitor with the most expertise, as this was a litigation matter. So I was relying on him to assist and provide his expertise as we move forward through the process. So he was reviewing documents, he was speaking with clients, he was doing attending meetings similar to me, so that we had both of our expertise to bear on the file.
Okay, Registrar, could we go to image 195? Still in the overview document 9A. So at paragraph 443, you'll see that there's an email from you to Mr. Zagaric and Mr. McKinnon on December the 4th, 2018. And you say, based on my conversations with Gordon Berdina today, I think we need to get everyone together at the same time to discuss the totality of the reports and information on this issue and review options for next steps. I would propose Thursday afternoon if possible. And then you list that you would want Mr. McLennan, Mr. McGuire, and Ms. McNeil, plus anyone else. And so Thursday, it would be December 6th, 2018. So do you recall having a conversation with Mr. McGuire and Ms. McNeil on December the 4th?
I remember having conversations with them generally. I don't specifically recall that conversation.
So when you reference the totality of the reports and information on this issue, what are you referring to there?
So again, I don't recall specifically, but I believe that I had been advised that the Public Works was engaged in a number of reports that related to the Red Hill Parkway. And so I felt that it was important that, given the potential liability and the work that we were all collectively doing, that we have an opportunity to speak to each other as we often did in terms of collaborating on matters to make sure that council had all the relevant information that would be of assistance to them at the time. So I was attempting to assist Mr. Zagaric in bringing that collaboration together.
And do you recall if you did bring that collaboration together?
Absolutely, certainly we did. We met a number of times around that time, and certainly by December 14th had a meeting where we brought all of that information together and shared it amongst the various divisions.
And so when you say you brought all of that together and shared it, so what were you sharing and what were they sharing? They being Public Works.
So at the meeting of December 14th, is that where you're?
No, in this week of December the 3rd.
So I don't recall what information was shared back and forth at this, like in that intervening time period, but I do know that when we met on the 14th, we had a discussion around what preliminary information I had at that point in time regarding the liability, and similarly, Edward and Gord discussed the technical aspects of the safety components of the report and what other work they were doing at that point as we were working towards pulling that information together for council.
So before the December 14th meeting, I think you said that you had shared that you would be retaining Mr. Bogosian. Did you have any discussions with Public Works staff about SEMA and its role?
Not that I recall, not specifically, no.
So you don't recall any conversations where SEMA came up kind of in that before the December 14th meeting?
No, not specifically, but certainly my expectation would be that if there were any concerns or that Mr. McGuire or Mr. Soldo felt that they needed to speak to SEMA for any particular purpose relating to the safety of the Red Hill Parkway, that they would certainly have those conversations and provide that information.
Did you know who SEMA was at the time?
Yes, I was aware of the reports. Certainly, I provided some of their reports and discussions and discussed them with Mr. Bogosian in December.
Okay, Registrar, could we go to page or image 201? Oh, I'm sorry, I took you to the wrong page. Image 193. So this is paragraph 437. There's an email from Ms. McNeil to you, copying Mr. Sabot under the subject line RHVP reports, attaching the trade wind report and the 2015 SEMA report. And she wrote, further to our discussion of this afternoon, here are 2 of the 4 key reports. The third one, Golder, is very large and still hasn't appeared in my inbox yet. Although scanned, I will send it, and the 4th smaller one along to you tomorrow. So do you recall having a discussion with Ms. McNeil about the 4 key reports?
Not beyond what's contained in the email, unless you provided them to me.
And so why was she sending you the trade wind report and the 2015 SEMA report at this time?
I can't answer that, except that to say that I believe she would have felt that those were important for me to have, and ultimately to share with Mr. Bogosian regarding the assessment of the liability and risk associated with the report.
So by this time you were having discussions about sharing the key reports with Mr. Bogosian?
We were anticipating what materials we would want to share with Mr. Bogosian. So I believe Berdina was providing those to me so that I would have them and be able to discuss them with Mr. Bogosian.
Did she tell you how she'd identified the 4 key reports?
Not that I recall.
Was this the first time you received the trade wind report?
I believe so. I certainly don't have any recollection or documents that suggest I had it before then.
Did you review it at the time?
I remember looking at certainly parts of it to get a general sense of what it looked at, but as a technical report, sort of beyond my expertise to fully assess. So I was looking to get that expertise and review from Mr. Bogosian on the liability component.
And what discussions did you have about the 2015 SEMA report by this time?
Beyond the discussion, or beyond what being provided to me, I don't recall any specific conversations around the report.
Do you recall your understanding of why the 2015 SEMA report was important?
No, but I mean, I believe it was because it had been part of SEMA's, or it had been part of Public Works review and and in terms of what was happening on the Red Hill Valley Parkway to that point in time.
And did you talk to Mr. McGuire about the SEMA's 2015 report?
I don't recall specifically. I don't recall specifically having that conversation, but I believe I would have.
Do you recall if Mr. McGuire or anyone else told you about any ongoing work that SEMA was doing?
I know that we discussed with Mr. McGuire that there was ongoing work. I don't recall at what point in time. I certainly was aware that SEMA was had done this work, and I believe at some point in December, I was also made aware that they were doing additional work, but that may not have been until the December 14th meeting.
Do you recall any discussion about whether or not SEMA had seen the trade wind report by this time?
I don't recall having that. I don't recall that information.
Do you recall talking to anyone in Public Works about that, or Ms. McNeil about that?
No, so at this point in time, I was focused on providing the relevant information to Mr. Bogosian, who was going to, and getting an external legal opinion on the risk assessment. So my role was to provide that information to him and to get that information to council on the liability component. What work was being done by Public Works and by SEMA on any of the other issues related to the Red Hill or the safety of that facility. It was fully my understanding that that was happening. If that was happening, that was within the purview of Public Works. And certainly, as much as I was aware of it, it was relevant as it was relevant to the information that I needed to do my work.
But wouldn't it have been important to know if the city's safety consultant, SEMA, had seen the trade wind report as part of any liability assessment?
So at this point, so as I indicated, I was looking to get a general liability assessment. Anything to do with safety and the safety of the Red Hill was information that I had expected Public Works to be reviewing and to be assessing. And at no point in time did anybody indicate to me that there were safety concerns. So my role was to provide that all the relevant information to Mr. Bogosian to do his assessment. And I understood him to, not at this exact point, but once I had spoken to him, that he had provided the information to Mr. Malone in terms of providing, to get whatever assistance he needed in providing the liability piece. So whether or not Tradewind had seen the report was, on a safety perspective, was in my mind the purview of Public Works.
You said trade wind, but I take it you meant SEMA, whether or not SEMA had seen.
Yes, of course. My apologies.
No, that's okay. But wouldn't the work that SEMA had done have been relevant to the potential liability assessment?
So the work that SEMA had done in 2015 and subsequently once I had been made aware of it and was provided to Mr. Bogosian. So he had conversations with Mr. Malone regarding his understanding of the reports and the Tradewind information. So from my perspective, that information was being on the liability component, which again was my role and my involvement, was being reviewed by the appropriate individuals. And if there were any concerns or work done on the safety side, that was being conducted or was being conducted by Public Works, or as far as I understood.
I guess I'm just struggling with this division in your, between liability and safety. If SEMA was the safety consultant, so wouldn't SEMA's work on the safety side have been relevant to the liability assessment?
So, Mr. Commissioner, I think she's answered this question twice now about whether or not that would be relevant from a liability perspective.
Right. I'm a little unclear about what the answer is either, and I'm going to allow the question to be put one more time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
So I was just saying that I was struggling with this division between liability and safety. And so I wanted to understand, let me put it this way. Wouldn't SEMA's work on the safety side have been relevant to the liability assessment?
So the information that I had, which was the 2015 SEMA report, was relevant to the discussion that I had with Mr. Bogosian as we reviewed that as it pertained to the potential for the city's position to be improved from a liability perspective, as those would be reviewed as potential mitigation measures. So yes, there's certainly some relationship between the review that SEMA had done and the mitigation measures. But if there were, and so this distinction that I'm trying to make, the clarity that I'm trying to offer is that my role was to take the relevant information that I had, the Tradewind report, the SEMA previous work that SEMA had done, and ultimately the 2018 review was also provided to Mr. Bogosian by Mr. Malone himself later on. So I was coordinating all of that information. Mr. Bogosian had the SEMA review. He had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Malone from SEMA directly to understand the assessment that he was going to be providing on the general liability of that may come from the release of the trade wind report. So I believe that all of that information was provided to Mr. Bogosian, and subsequently he had the opportunity to speak to SEMA about that. The work that SEMA was doing on the safety review from a safety perspective was being conducted and overseen by Public Works. They are the technical experts. They are the engineers who are responsible for the safety of the roadway. So they were conducting that work. They were undertaking that review, and they were responsible for that information. And so I used it in my review as relevant as it was, and I had those conversations on that basis. So I hope that answers your question. I'm certainly happy to attempt to clarify it further if the commissioner is needing that.
So wasn't it important to find out if SEMA had the trade wind report when it completed its prior safety reports?
So at this point in time, I provided Mr. Bogosian with all of the information that I had. Certainly the trade wind report was provided to him, and I understood based on comments in his draft opinion that he had discussed that with Mr. Malone. So certainly the discussion around the trade wind report, the information was referenced in the draft opinion that he provided. It was certainly my expectation that Mr. Bogosian would have that discussion and have that information available to Mr. Malone to further his purpose, which was to provide the city with an overall general liability assessment. So yes, I do believe that that information was relevant and was discussed with Mr. Malone as part of Mr. Bogosian's review of the matter.
And you never asked Public Works if SEMA had the trade wind report previously?
I don't recall having that specific discussion with them, but again, on the basis that what information they had to do their work for Public Works was Public Works' responsibility to deal with. So I didn't have that conversation because it wasn't part of my role and responsibility.
But the trade wind report is the report that kicked off all of this. And so in all of your discussions with Public Works staff, you never had a discussion about whether SEMA had the trade wind report at the time it completed its prior reports?
I don't recall having that discussion. I do recall that that information was provided to, that we had that conversation with Mr. Bogosian on as far as it pertained to my review and my liability assessment that I was responsible for obtaining for council.
Were you relying on Mr. Bogosian to find out if SEMA had seen the trade wind report previously?
It was my expectation that Mr. Bogosian would have the necessary conversations to provide the city with a liability assessment of the impacts of the trade wind report. So Mr. Bogosian had the copy of the trade wind report, and he was to provide us with a review of his assessment of liability as a result. So I don't know how else I can answer that question.
So was there any consideration given to ensuring that SEMA had the trade wind report in order to determine if its prior safety recommendations would be changed or would be different?
So I had, based on my conversations with Mr. Bogosian, it was my understanding that he had had conversations with Mr. Malone regarding the trade wind report and its impact on the information that SEMA had previously provided, and that they had made no changes in their recommendation as a result. And that information is contained in my notes and also in the opinion from Mr. Bogosian, where he identified that he had discussed the trade wind information with Mr. Malone. And that's indicated by a sentence in his draft opinion to me. So from my perspective, he had the necessary information to provide the city with the opinion that he was providing. And that was my focus and that was my role.
So you were leaving it to Mr. Bogosian to determine what SEMA needed to know. For the
I
purpose-
provided Mr. Bogosian with all the information that he needed to provide the city with an opinion on liability. He had the trade wind report, he had the SEMA report, and it was his request and his suggestion that he speak to Mr. Malone to make sure that he understood the nature, the technical nature of all of those reports. So yes, I was relying on Mr. Bogosian to inform himself and provide the city with an opinion based on that information.
Did you have discussions with public works staff about what Mr. Bogosian would be doing with SEMA?
I don't know that I would have discussed the details of the retainer with them. I know that I shared his assessment of liability and the importance of completing all of the measures that were identified by SEMA in their 2015 report at 9.2, and I conveyed that information to them on December 14th when we met.
Do you recall knowing at this point, this is early December of 2018, that the 2015 SEMA report had identified a disproportionate number of wet weather collisions on the RHVP?
I do recall being aware of that by the time I spoke to Mr. Bogosian, yes, because we discussed that.
And who gave you that information? Or did you just read the report yourself?
I can't recall specifically. I believe it was a combination of both of those things, of my reviewing the documents and discussing it with both members of my staff and members of public works staff. I can't pinpoint the specific source.
When you say members of public works staff, is that Mr. McGuire?
That would have been Mr. McGuire primarily, but yes.
And also Mr. McKinnon?
Potentially, yes, I did discuss it generally with him, so that may have also come from him.
Okay, and your own staff, you're referring to Ms. McNeil?
Ms. McNeil, Mr. Sabot, Mr. McLennan, whoever had an opportunity to review it. Certainly Mr. Sabot.
Registrar, could you go to image 201? So paragraph 463, there's an email from Mr. McGuire to Mr. Soldo. This is on December the 5th, 2018, where Mr. McGuire says there's a meeting tomorrow with the city manager. Legal and risk will advise of next steps. I will let you know ASAP. And so I think we had looked at an email that suggested that you had had a conversation with Mr. McGuire on December the 4th, 2018. Do you recall talking to Mr. McGuire about having legal and risk advise as to next steps?
No, I don't.
So what was the interaction between legal and public works staff at that time?
At this point, sorry, go ahead. Please finish your question.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat the question. I apologize.
So at this time, was public works staff looking to legal for advice on next steps?
Not that I was aware of.
So public works was not looking to legal for advice.
So they look to us to advice on a number of things, but as to next steps, I don't know what that refers to. I think you would need to ask Mr. Soldo or Mr. McGuire.
So what were the things that they were looking to legal's advice on?
So Ms. McNeil was assisting them in reviewing the FOI materials, and I was conducting a review on the general liability and working on a legal opinion. So we were each working on our individual matters, and we're working towards bringing a collective report to council. So I can't say what steps in particular they were looking to us to advise, as we were working collaboratively, and any discussion on next steps was one that would happen in a collaborative way.
Okay, so there were discussions between legal and public works at this time about next steps.
No, not until we had discussions as a group. So no, I don't know what he's referring to. Ultimately, that's what we did. We discussed it in December. the various components of the pieces that each area was working on. But not at this particular moment. I don't know what he's referring to.
You have no idea why Mr. McGuire would have the impression that legal and risk would advise of next steps?
No.
Is it possible that in your meeting with Mr. McGuire the day prior, that you or Ms. McNeil told him that legal would be advising on next steps?
No, certainly that wasn't my understanding. So we were all individually, like I said, we were working on legal's components to the assessment. I knew that Public Works was also doing their own reports and had working on a number of things. And then we were ultimately going to bring that together to review and to determine an approach for how to bring that information forward. So certainly legal was not responsible or making any determinations about next steps. That was ultimately the decision of the city manager, which we discussed in December and had collaborative input towards. So legal was not making that determination.
Right, but you were advising on.
We were providing advice to the various departments on particular issues, and I was reviewing whether there were like the liability and risk assessment component, but those were pieces and parts of a whole ultimate report that would go to council.
Right, I think you mentioned that. So Mr. Zagarek was looking to legal and also to Public Works for advice and support on next steps.
Yes.
Okay, and so legal was advising on what next steps should be taken.
Yes, but not to Public Works. We were providing our contribution to that report ultimately to Mr. Zagarek. So I'm not sure what the reference there was to.
Okay, so I think the distinction you're drawing is that legal was not providing advice to Public Works staff, but legal was providing advice to Mr. Zagarek on next steps.
We were contributing to that decision-making, yes, as we would in other reports.
Okay, so if we could go to page 196 of the same overview document. So paragraph 446. So you'll see here that there's a calendar invite sent by Mr. Zagarek to Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Ms. McNeil, Mr. McLennan, and to you for a meeting on December the 6th, 2018. Do you recall having a meeting on December the 6th, 2018?
I don't recall if I have any notes that were associated with the meeting on December the 6th.
No, we don't have any of your notes.
Okay, then I don't recall any specifics of that discussion.
Registrar, could you go to image 202? So here at paragraph 467, this is on December the 6th, 2018, the day of the meeting. There's an email from you saying, Rosanna, could you please let me know when the GIC meeting is over so I can come over for this meeting? And then you also ask, Mike, should I make my way over now? Did that assist your recollection of the December 6th, 2018 meeting?
No, I recall that the meeting happened, and I remember waiting for GIC to be over to go and join the meeting from my office, but I don't recall the specifics of the conversation.
And so tell me about your general recollection then, if you can't recall the specifics.
I don't have it. Sorry, I should be more clear. I don't have any recollection of that meeting.
Did you recall having a discussion with Mr. Zagarek and Mr. McKinnon about next steps?
I recall that we had a meeting, and I recall that I believe I would have advised them that I was in the process of retaining outside legal counsel. And as far as that, I don't have any information or belief around what else we would have discussed there.
you recall having a discussion about potentially having outside legal counsel contact SEMA?
No,
So you don't recall having that discussion?
I don't recall having the discussion. I know I believe I would have advised them that I was having a preliminary conversation with Mr. Bogosian, but I don't recall anything beyond that, unfortunately.
And so do you recall having any discussions with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Zagaric about SEMA and whether or not SEMA had the trade wind report?
I don't recall anything else from that meeting.
Is it possible that you had those discussions? You just don't remember them?
It certainly, it's possible, but I don't have that recollection.
Okay, but you're not denying that you spoke with them about potentially SEMA and ensuring that SEMA had the trade wind report?
So I've indicated that I don't recall. So I can't say that I did, and I can't say that I didn't. I don't remember.
I think you had mentioned that you became aware at some point that Public Works had retained SEMA to do a roadside safety assessment.
Yes.
Do you recall how you became aware of that?
No, I know that I was by the time we met on December the 14th, as I made a note of wanting to see a copy of the report 18, I can't remember all the numbers, but the 18008, I believe, which was, I believe, as I understood at the time, a follow-up to that 2015 SEMA report. So they were doing further assessment of the roadway, if I'm remembering correctly.
Do you recall if you had a discussion about the potential report to council at this meeting on December 6th?
Not in specifics. I know we would have discussed, we may have discussed the timing of that, but I would have advised in terms of the draft report that, or the retainer of Mr. Bogosian, that was ongoing or forthcoming, I think is a better way of saying it.
Okay, if Registrar, if you could go to image 208. At paragraph 490, you'll see here on December the 7th, 2018, you emailed Mr. McLennan and Ms. McNeil under the subject line RHVE. You wrote, "I'm in the office today. Let me know when you are available to follow up on yesterday's discussion." Sorry, Registrar, I just need the image 209 as well. There you go. And then it says the meeting was arranged for 9:30 a.m. the same day. In terms of the follow-up on yesterday's discussion, do you recall if that would have been the same meeting that we had just talked about on December 6, 2018 with Mr. Zagaric and Mr. McKinnon?
It certainly makes sense that that's what I was referring to, but I don't recall specifically.
Okay, and do you recall what the follow-up would have been from the December 6, 2018 meeting?
No,
Ms. McNeil and Mr. McLennan?
No, I don't recall specifically if there was any particular follow-up, but I believe that it may have been to finalize our conversation and have Mr. Bogosian retained.
Okay, and so with Mr. McLennan involved in those discussions?
No, not specifically. Or not directly, I should say.
So this is that you asking for a meeting with Mr. McLennan and Ms. McNeil. So you recall that would have been about the retainer of Mr. Bogosian?
I certainly would have discussed that with Ms. McNeil. In terms of what Mr. McLennan's follow-up would be, it may have been to further review the outstanding claims or provide any additional information on that. Mr. McLennan was not involved in further discussions with Mr. Bogosian, so I can't say that for sure.
Okay. You may have been wanting to get some update from Mr. McLennan on the ongoing claims for the purposes of your conversation with Mr. Bogosian.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that's possible.
Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. McNeil about updating SEMA with the trade wind results?
No, I mean, we were focused on providing and getting Mr. Bogosian retained in order to be able to provide his liability assessment. The specifics of the particular reports, again, as far as they were relevant to Mr. Bogosian's assessment, we were providing them to him with the trade wind report. But beyond that, no, I don't recall having any specific discussions like you suggest.
Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. McNeil about contacting SEMA to ensure that SEMA had the trade wind report?
No.
Do you recall in late November and early December 2018, Audit Services was conducting an audit and was asking questions of Mr. McGuire?
I have a general recollection of that, yes.
And what is your general recollection?
I'm aware that it took place. I believe I was provided with an email by Ms. McNeil following certain events that had taken place.
Who from legal services? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nope, that's fine.
Who from legal services was involved with Mr. McGuire on this?
I believe it was Ms. McNeil. It was she who forwarded me an email on related to that matter.
Registrar, could we go to HAM 62485? So here's an email from Ms. McNeil on December the 3rd, 2018 to you and copied to Mr. Sabot.
Yes.
Is this the email that you're referring to when you said that you were forwarded an email?
Yes, she forwarded me that email following the events that had taken place.
And you'll see in the email that she's forwarding, this is from Mr. McGuire to Mr. Pellegrini on December the 3rd, 2018. And in the second paragraph, it says the data we have withheld at legal services advice is related to friction testing and subject to an FOI/M FIPA request on that subject. There's ongoing and pending litigation on this matter, and we're following their advice. And then it goes on to say we've redacted the paragraphs, and there's one appendix of 13 pages related to the friction characteristics that we discussed and as noted are available here for your review. So do you recall having discussions with Ms. McNeil about this approach of providing a redacted copy of the trade wind report to audit services?
No, I did not have any discussions with her about it. I became aware of the incident and the conversations when this email was forwarded to me.
Okay, so this is the first you're learning of the entire audit services issue. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so what, did you have any discussions with Ms. McNeil about this after?
So no, I don't recall having any specific discussions with her after the fact, except beyond that Mr. McGuire was concerned about Mr. Pellegrini having attended, but I believe that may have also come from Mr. McKinnon. So I'm not sure where that came from.
And so we had kind of gone through a chronology of meetings earlier. So it looks like you had a meeting with Ms. McNeil on December the 3rd, 2018, and also on December the 4th, 2018. Is it possible that the audit services issue came up in those meetings as well?
It's possible on the meeting on the 4th, as I may have had this email at that point, as it was late in the day on the 3rd, but I can't say for sure. I don't recall.
And did you have a view on this approach of providing a redacted copy of the report to audit services?
At the time, I remember she was providing it to me for my information. At this moment, certainly I can understand like I think I can maybe put my mind around where she may have been coming from, which was wanting to ensure that the information that was released publicly, whether through the FOI or potentially through an audit, was consistent. However, had this been raised with me, my response would have been to provide that information to audit unredacted, as they have powers to request that information that are separate and distinct from the FOI process.
Did you share that view with Ms. McNeil?
Not at the time. It had already transpired. So heard that at this point in time, audit services already had a copy of the report unredacted.
I see, because what happened was audit services went to Mr. McGuire's office and took a copy of it. Is that the recollection?
That's what I understand from the emails, yes.
Okay. Registrar, could we go back to the overview document 9A, image 196? Paragraph 447. This is December the 4th, 2018. Mr. McKinnon forwards an email from earlier that day to Mr. Zagaric and to you. And he says, Cord was in my office not long ago and was very frustrated about this. He felt he was clear with Dominic and felt a little betrayed with what happened. This is new water for me, and I'm not sure if anything needs to be said to Charles. But if so, not sure it should be me. Any advice? And so Charles is Charles Brown? Is that your understanding?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay. And did you have any discussions with Mr. McKinnon or Mr. Zagaric about this issue?
Not that I recall any conversations around how to address audits and whether that was appropriate would be one I would expect Mr. Zagaric to have with Mr. McKinnon. I don't recall being involved in that discussion.
But here we have Mr. McKinnon sending you a message asking for advice, and so you don't recall providing any?
I see that the message was to myself and to Mr. Zagaric. I don't recall it being me that provided any advice.
Okay, so you don't recall having any discussions about this?
No, I don't.
And our understanding is that Mr. Pellegrini actually came to Mr. McGuire, took the unredacted copy of the report on December the 4th, 2018. Is that so? So in terms of the previous email we were looking at on December the 3rd, 2018, where Ms. McNeil sends the FYI to you, the report hadn't yet been taken by audit. Does that accord with your recollection?
My understanding was that that Mr. Pellegrini had the report at that point, but I base that on the information in the emails that I have. I don't have any specific recollection.
Okay.
But whether it was that on the 3rd or the 4th, I understood that Mr. Pellegrini had a copy of the report.
Okay, but by the time Ms. McNeil sent the FYI to you on December the 3rd about the fact that a redacted copy was provided to audit, Mr. Pellegrini hadn't yet taken the unredacted copy.
That's different from my understanding at the time. I can't speak to that any further.
Okay, but your evidence is just you didn't end up, even though your view was that it should never have been provided unredacted, you didn't actually tell Ms. McNeil that.
I don't recall having that discussion with her on the basis because at the time I understood that the report had been obtained by audit services, so the issue was not a live one any further. So whether that was at the December 3rd or by the time December 4th came about, that was my understanding that they had it.
Okay, by the time, but certainly by December 4th, the ship had sailed from your perspective.
Yes, and that audit had the information that they ought to have.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62486? So here, there's another FYI email to you at the top and to Mr. Sabot on December the 4th, 2018. And in the email from Mr. McGuire that's being forwarded, which is December 4th, 2018, you'll see the last paragraph on the page. It says, however, today the auditor visited my office while I was in a meeting and made copies of the report. And so that's just, just wanted to confirm the timing with you.
Okay, yep, if that's the information in the emails, yep.
Okay, and so you'll see in Ms. McNeil's email to you at the top, she says, in my discussion with Gord today, I asked whether there was a possibility that the audit department could inadvertently release information about the friction testing reports that could end up being discovered by any counselors before there has been a chance by PW and or legal services to report on the issue to council. We had no answer between us, so I'm raising it with you. Do you recall having a discussion with Ms. McNeil about this concern?
Not beyond what's contained in the email, no, I don't.
Did you share the concern that the report could be shared with counselors before the report had ultimately been made to council?
So I appreciated that could be a concern in that the purpose, one of the purposes certainly of providing the information to council was to have the opportunity to provide that context with the report. But I certainly wasn't involved in any of the dealings with audit, so I can't speak to that any further.
Did the fact that audit now had an unredacted copy of the report affect the timing of the report to council?
Not as far as I was concerned, no.
Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Sabot about this issue?
No, I don't.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 61859?
Sorry, Council, I think I just missed the last couple digits on that. HAM 61.
859. So this, again, is an FYI email from Ms. McNeil to you with a copy to Mr. Sabot on December the 6th, 2018. And it says, just FYI, questions being asked by audit, see attachment. Do you recall seeing this email with the lines of inquiry document?
I do. I remember seeing the email.
Did you have any discussions with Ms. McNeil or with anyone else about how to approach the lines of inquiry that were
No.
received?
No, I don't.
Was Ms. McNeil responsible for assisting Mr. McGuire in terms of the response to audit?
So I don't know that what particular advice she was providing on this. I was just, at this point, she was advising me just what was happening. So as an FYI, and I believe that similarly, Mr. McGuire was also advising Berdina just of what was going on. I don't recall there being any request for advice or assistance.
And so do you recall if there was, had you formed a view on whether or not legal services should be advising Mr. McGuire on this issue?
So I don't recall specifically. I would have advised that they should cooperate fully with the audit investigation, as they are and have separate powers in terms of seeking and requesting information. So I don't recall specifically, but I believe that's what I would have advised at the time.
And who would you have advised that?
Whoever had asked. I don't recall being asked specifically, but had I been asked, that's what I would have advised.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection of actually giving that advice. It's just in your mind sitting here today, you believe that's the advice you would have given.
Yes.
And so you didn't have any discussions with Ms. McNeil or Mr. McGuire about this issue?
Not that I recall.
Registrar, could you pull up HAM 61879? Just before we get to this document, Ms. Audie, does legal services typically get involved when there's inquiries from audit services of various departments?
No.
Okay, so it would be it's unusual that Ms. McNeil was talking to Mr. McGuire about the request from audit services in this case.
So I can't speak to whether it was unusual or not. We didn't get involved necessarily in audit requests, but in this instance, Ms. McNeil was working with Mr. McGuire on other matters. So I don't think it's unusual that he would have raised it with her, or at least identified to her that it was happening. So I don't find that unusual.
And what was your understanding of why Ms. McNeil was sending you these FYIs?
I understood it to be because this was a matter that I was involved with at the level that I was dealing with it. And so she wanted to make sure that I was aware of all of the various components and things that were also happening as well. It was for information so that I was aware.
Was it also for input to get your advice on whether or not she was doing the right thing or she was giving the right advice?
So I didn't ever understand that to be something that she was requesting of me. I understood she was providing information to me.
Okay.
So that I had a fulsome situational awareness of the file that I was dealing with in council.
Okay.
As I would have expected her to do.
Right, but certainly if you disagreed with any of the advice she gave, you would tell her that.
I would have had an opportunity if there was a need at the particular moment. But at no point in time did she actually, did she say, is this the right thing to do? What do you think? The information that I was provided was after the fact and for my information. And as I indicated, there was no opportunity or need to adjust that given at the moments where the particular information was provided to me.
Okay, just turning to this document, Registrar, if you could go to image 2, I want to just give you a bit of context. So at the bottom of this page, you'll see an email from Mr. McGuire to Mr. Pellegrini, December 7th. If you could go to the next page, there you go. Oh, could I get images 2 and 3? There it is. Okay. So you'll see Mr. McGuire sending an email to Mr. Pellegrini where you'll see at the, he talks about what he's been up to. And then in the fourth paragraph on image 3, he says, after I get through the budget and in FIPA, I will be able to turn my attention to this request. I suggest we defer until January 2019 and reconnect. So that's just for context. And so you'll see then Mr. Pellegrini sends an email. This is at image 2. This is in response. He says, I know that you're very busy, but I'm only requesting half an hour of your time to clarify some concerns. And then if we could go back to image 1. So here, Mr. McGuire sends that email chain to Ms. McNeil as an FYI on December the 7th. And then Ms. McNeil responds, this is on December the 7th. And she says, I think your proposed response to Dominic below is fine. And then she says, I was speaking with Nicole and mentioned to her about Dominic asking again, insisting on meeting with you on Monday. She is of the same mind as me. You should bump the request up to Dan McKinnon and or Mike Zagaric for them to respond as they feel appropriate. After this last go around, you will clearly just be R/R repeating yourself with Dominic. You were given clear direction at yesterday's meeting as to the priorities you are being asked to focus on. So do you recall having a discussion with Ms. McNeil about this issue?
No, not specifically, not beyond what's contained in the email.
And do you recall being on the same page with Ms. McNeil about bumping the request up to Mr. McKinnon and or Mr. Zagaric?
So what I would have advised was that had Mr. McGuire had any concerns about his timing and ability to respond to a particular request, that was not a matter for legal services to advise him on, rather that was a matter that he should raise with his direct supervisor and ultimately the city manager.
And so you said you would have advised. Do you recall advising that?
That's what I understood Ms. McNeil to be referring to there. That's my understanding.
Okay, that if so, your understanding is that if Mr. McGuire had concerns about
his ability time-wise to respond, and if he needed additional time or had any such constraints, that was not a matter for legal services to provide him advice on, that his timing and his priorities were a matter for his direct supervisor, his general manager, and ultimately the city manager to provide him direction on, not legal services.
And so in the last sentence, she says you were given clear direction at yesterday's meeting as to the priorities you're being asked to focus on. Do you recall Mr. McGuire being given a direction?
So if any direction was given, it was not by legal services. That if any, they would have been provided by the general manager or the city manager.
And so this is a reference to yesterday's meeting. So that would have been the meeting on December the 6th, 2018. We looked at the calendar invitation for that earlier. Do you recall being at a meeting where there was a direction given by Mr. Zagaric or Mr. McKinnon?
No, I don't, but I believe that's what I was being referred to there.
Okay, Registrar, you can take down this document. Thank you. I understand that you retained Mr. Bogosian on behalf of the city on December the 7th, 2018. That date sound familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And so you recall that we had looked at some emails earlier today where it showed that by November the 20th, 2018, you'd already made the decision to retain Mr. Bogosian?
That was certainly on our radar, yes.
Right, and you recall that on November the 21st, 2018, Mr. Sabo had confirmed that there were no conflicts for Mr. Bogosian to act?
Yes, that's correct.
And so what steps had you taken between November 21st and December 7th, 2018 with respect to the retainer of Mr. Bogosian?
So during that period of time, while this was a particular file that I was working on, there were a number of other matters that I was working on as well. So balancing that and the other meetings and various things that were happening. My first opportunity following some further discussions with staff in early December and following the meeting with Mr. Zagaric and team on December the 3rd and 4th, reached out to Mr. Bogosian at my next available opportunity.
Did you consider the retainer of Mr. Bogosian to be an urgent matter?
I considered it to be a priority. There were other matters that I was also dealing with at the time, but it was certainly a priority, and I took steps to speak with him as soon as I had further conversations with senior leadership and other staff on December 3rd and December 4th, and spoke to him, reached out to him, I believe, on the 6th, and then ultimately ended up speaking to him on the 7th. I believe there may have also been committee meetings around that time, but certainly at my first available opportunity, I spoke with him.
Okay, so on the call on December the 7th, 2018, I understand that you spoke with him together with Ms. McNeil.
Yes, that's correct.
What did you discuss on that call?
On the first initial discussion, I believe I have notes that I took during that call.
I don't believe we have your notes.
No?
We have notes
Okay.
from Mr. Bogosian. But what, do you want me to pull, we'll pull those up in case they.
Sure.
So registrar, that's HAM 64359.
Yeah, so this was a preliminary discussion, an opportunity to speak to Mr. Bogosian generally about the information that we had, the genesis for the opinion, and provide him with some high-level information of what we would ultimately be sending him to seek his opinion on.
Okay, so you'll see in the 4th row, it says FOI anonymous. Do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about the FOI request?
Yeah, generally we wanted to just have basically to have him confirm that what we had already determined, that the FOI, that this document, the trading report, would be responsive to the FOI request without exemption. So that was almost a preliminary matter where he did believe that would ultimately be the case.
And sorry, so did he tell you on the call that he believed that it would have to be released?
I can't remember if it was on this call or the subsequent conversation, but yes, very early on, he did identify that he didn't disagree with our approach and assessment.
Okay. And then it says Gordon McGuire, Director of Public Works, FOI request is for friction testing results and general testing, said testing was inconclusive. The draft report re-friction testing is part of another older report. What do you recall from the discussion about this?
I remember, I don't have any sort of direct specific recollection beyond what's in the notes. I know we discussed how Mr. McGuire had found the report, the general concerns around what the report may indicate, wanted to provide him with a bit of context on CIMA's earlier information in terms of their assessments from 2015, and that there were reports that we would provide him with, and we summarized those later at the end of the call.
Okay, and so just in terms of CIMA, so there's a note that starts with CIMA 2015, additional safety performance review of Red Hill Valley, more accidents on Red Hill than on the link, 65% more in wet weather, and which was far more skewed than the link together toward wet weather recommended friction testing. Is that something that you and Ms. McNeil conveyed to Mr. Bogosian?
I don't recall specifically. I believe that we would have had discussions around what the earlier CIMA report indicated, but I don't recall the specific details.
Okay, and had you read the 2015 CIMA report by this time?
I believe I would have had an opportunity to take a high-level review of it.
Okay,
And certainly was aware of the I believe they call them countermeasures in a particular section. I believe that had been either brought to my attention or had been reviewed previously.
Okay, and you were also aware of the inordinate number of wet weather collisions that SEMA had identified.
I was aware that there was a higher number of wet weather collisions, yes.
And where it says recommended friction testing, do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about SEMA's recommendation for friction testing?
Not specifically.
And by this time, I think your evidence was that you didn't know if SEMA had the trade wind results. Is that fair?
I don't recall whether or not that particular piece of information had come to my attention. I know that I provided the information to Mr. Bogosian, but I don't know that whether they had, I don't know that I knew whether or not SEMA had an actual copy of the report or not. But they had been, but I was aware that they had been conducting safety assessments at the time.
And do you recall discussing with Mr. Bogosian, wanting to ensure that SEMA had a copy of the trade wind report?
This was a preliminary conversation. It was to provide a basic understanding of the issues, in which we followed up on and provided Mr. Bogosian with a copy of the trade wind report. And it was during this conversation that he indicated that he had a relationship with Mr. Malone and wanted to confirm that we were comfortable with him reaching out to him to assess and to make sure that he had an accurate understanding of what work SEMA had been doing, but in order to be able to provide us with his opinion on the matter.
And so as part of that discussion, did you talk to him about ensuring that SEMA had the trade wind report?
So not at this point in time. The discussion in this call was to provide him with that basic information that he would need and to see if there was anything in particular that he wanted to have. We followed up with this was sort of before the retainer letter, so to have that initial discussion, followed up with the retainer and emails, and then ultimately had further conversations with him.
Okay, but Mr. Bogosian was being retained to provide a liability assessment on
the release of the trade wind report, yes.
Right, and so the trade wind report is at the heart of his retainer.
Yes, and was provided to him.
Yes, and but wouldn't it have been really important for him to determine, for you to talk about whether or not SEMA also had the trade wind report at this time?
So the purpose, so I can't answer that. I don't at this point. No, I think it was important for Mr. Bogosian to understand the issues that we were asking him to provide an opinion on, and we were having that initial discussion prior to his retainer.
And did you talk to him on this call about possibly getting an opinion from SEMA on potential interim safety measures pending the resurfacing of the road?
So this initial conversation was, we did discuss the SEMA report. I don't recall if it was at this point in time or our subsequent conversation where we discussed that those safety measures, countermeasures that were identified by SEMA would ultimately be reflective of the mitigation measures that the city would be able to look to in terms of reducing or improving the city's position from a liability point of view. I don't recall if that was on this call or one of our next ones, but that was the context of that discussion was in the context of mitigation.
Right, but in the context of mitigation, wouldn't it be important for the city and to know if SEMA had the trade wind results when it provided its prior safety recommendations?
So at this point, so I believe that the information that we provided to Mr. Bogosian was sufficient for him to provide his opinion to us. This very early call, we were wanting to provide him with a general understanding of the issues. We had subsequent further follow-up discussions where I understood that he had conversations with Mr. Malone regarding the nature of the trade wind report and information provided. So I was under the understanding that both Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone had the information that they needed to provide the city with the opinion that they were asked to, that Mr. Bogosian was asked to provide.
So coming out of this call, did you have an understanding of whether or not Mr. Bogosian would be speaking with SEMA or Mr. Malone specifically about the trade wind results?
I had the understanding that he was going to reach out, that Mr. Bogosian was going to speak to Mr. Malone to understand the technical aspects of the implications of the trade wind report on the liability assessment. So he was going to use Mr. Malone to help him understand the technical aspects of his opinion. And yes, that he was provided with the trade wind report to be able to have that discussion.
And so your understanding was that Mr. Bogosian would then share the trade wind results with Mr. Malone?
As he felt necessary to provide the city with that opinion, yes.
So was it your understanding that he considered it necessary to provide the trade wind results to SEMA?
I would have anticipated that that would be something that he provided and then discussed with him. And I believe that was reflected in his opinion letter as well, that he did have that conversation with Mr. Malone.
Okay. Let me just go back to the notes for a moment. In the, I think it's the 6th row, 7th row, it says based on a UK methodology, no stands for it in Ontario. Do you recall conveying that to Mr. Malone? Or sorry, Mr. Bogosian on the call?
So I remember there being a question as to whether or not the standards that were used in the trade wind report were applicable in either Ontario, Canada, or North America. Yes, I do remember that. I don't recall the specifics, but I do recall that issue was identified.
And I think you had said previously that you couldn't recall if it was Ms. McNeil or somebody in Public Works who told you that. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I don't recall specifically whether that was from reviewing the document or whether that was from discussions with either one of those two individuals.
And the notes then says Moore decided to do testing. Do you have any information about what that's referring to?
No.
Did you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about Mr. Moore?
I do recall that we would have identified that he would have been the director that was in the position at the time that the report was requested.
Okay, and then it says link testing on par, and then Red Hill Valley testing quite a bit worse, especially when wet and at higher speeds. What do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about the Link and Red Hill Valley testing?
Not specifically, no.
With the reference to quite a bit worse, especially when wet and at higher speeds. Is that information from the 2015 SEMA report?
I believe so, but I can't speak to the details particularly. These are David's notes.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get your recollection.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. And then the 4th row from the bottom, it says 2017, another SEMA recommended safety measures. Do you recall talking about a 2017 SEMA report?
Not specifically. I know I became aware that SEMA had been doing additional work, and that ultimately that there was an additional SEMA report that was provided to Mr. Bogosian directly by Mr. Malone, but I don't recall discussing that at this point.
So Commissioner, I appreciate it's 12:59. I just have a few more minutes to cover off. I'd like to finish off this note before we break for lunch. Is that okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Do that.
Okay. Thank you. So then the 3rd row from the bottom, it says board decided to do a complete resurfacing in spring 2019. I take it you knew by this time that there was going to be a resurfacing of the road?
Yes.
And who had conveyed that to you?
I believe that would have been Mr. McGuire.
And it says 4 current files on the Red Hill, 215 million. What discussions did you have with Mr. Bogosian about the current matters involving the Red Hill?
I recall identifying to him that we had ongoing litigation matters and that the number 4 of them The $250 million, I'm not sure where that number comes from. So I don't recall advising of a particular sum.
Did you give Mr. Bogosian any other information about the 4 current files? Apart from potentially the sum?
No, I don't recall the specific details of what we discussed. I think I identified that there were some. I'm not sure that I would have provided him with a particular level of detail on them at this point, because we were looking for a general liability assessment rather than a specific one on the particular matters.
When you say general liability assessment, I just want to make sure I understand. Is it just like liability just generally? What does that mean?
So my concern was that there were a number of inconsistent statements made by, in terms of what the existence of the report, how the road was performing, and as they were identified to me by Public Works and by members of my team. So that was related to the issue of potential discoverability of an issue. The other component was if there were particular if there was any particular risk that arose from the release of the trade wind information and how that might impact the claim, either future claims or additional claims, and if any particular impact on our individual matters, that would be more addressed at a later date. This was really to do with the release of the trade wind report and what, if any, impacts that might have on the city's liability.
Did you provide Mr. Bogosian with information about the inconsistent statements that were made previously?
No, I don't believe I did provide any particular detail on that, but the fact that there had been previous statements and various other concerns was conveyed to him.
Okay, and if we could just pull up the second page. You'll see at the bottom, it says issues MFIPA/FOI request, and then it says no grounds, I think it's GRDS grounds to refuse rel of documents. And so I think you had said that Mr. Bogosian agreed with your assessment that there was no grounds. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When I say no grounds to refuse
to refuse to release, yeah.
Okay, and then it says impact of liability, what prompted studies, high number of accidents, 474 accidents. Do you have any recollection of what that note might be referring to?
No, I don't.
Do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about what prompted the 2015 SEMA report, for example?
No, but I think that might have been contained in the report itself, but I can't speak to that. I don't recall.
Okay. And then you'll see it's there's a note that says signage, slippery in winter plus.
Yep.
And then there's actually another note, third from the bottom, it says told them signage should. Do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Bogosian about signage?
I recall discussing slippery when wet signs rather than slippery in winter signs, but in that, if those were recommendations made by SEMA, had they not been completed, that would be an appropriate thing to follow up on and make sure that those recommendations in the 2015 SEMA report had been completed.
Okay, so on this call,
from the perspective of like mitigating the city's liability, that was his recommendation. So
you recall having a discussion in this preliminary call about potential safety measures?
I recall not from a safety perspective, but from a liability mitigation perspective. And that the reference, so what was appropriate, what we would use to determine what was appropriate mitigation measures were the countermeasures in SEMA's report. So I recall having a very general discussion about that.
Okay, so you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about the countermeasures that were in the 2015 SEMA report?
Yes, as they related to potential mitigation measures, yes.
And do you recall talking to him about whether or not those countermeasures were undertaken by the city by that time?
No, I don't recall whether that was known or whether that was something that I think ultimately I needed to follow up with Public Works to confirm my understanding. I believe I made a note to that effect later on.
Okay, but as of December 7th, you don't recall if you had an understanding of whether or not the safety recommendations had been implemented?
I believe I had a general understanding that the vast majority of them had been. Certainly, I was not under the impression that they had been ignored or not complied with. My understanding from Public Works is that they largely had, but I didn't have a line by line kind of understanding of each one in particular detail.
Had you talked to Public Works about whether or not the safety recommendations had been implemented by this time?
I don't recall specifically, but I do recall having a general understanding that they had largely been complied with at this point. I know I followed up specifically with them on that point to confirm that later on during the process.
And who did you get the general understanding from?
It would have been Mr. McGuire or Mr. McKinnon.
Okay, so at this point, you would have had discussions with Mr. McGuire and or Mr. McKinnon about the safety recommendations that SEMA had made.
I believe I understood that they had largely been responded to, but that was the extent of the conversation.
Okay. And then
but just to be clear, I don't have written confirmation of that until later on.
Right, but you had discussions with.
I believe so, yes. I don't have anything but I believe I did at this point. Otherwise, I'm not sure how I would have had the conversations that I had with Mr. Magosian.
Okay, thank you. And then there's a note that says wants me to look at the reports and 4 reps. Do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about the 4 reports that you wanted him to review?
No, I believe that was reference to the 4 documents that we ultimately were sent to him by email, either the next day or I can't remember exactly, but Verdina sent them to me and I sent them to Mr. Bogosian. I can't recall the date, but.
Okay, and then there's a note that says December 19th. Do you know what that date might have been?
No, I don't recall.
So my understanding, just from looking at the calendar, is that there was a council meeting scheduled for December 19th, 2018. Is it possible that you were talking to Mr. Bogosian about a potential report to council by December 19th?
It's possible. I don't recall, but it's certainly possible.
And then there's a note that says draft letter to SEMA. Do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about drafting a letter to SEMA? Do
No, I don't.
you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about potentially having Mr. Bogosian retain SEMA?
I know what I do recall is that Mr. Bogosian identified that he knew Mr. Malone at SEMA and that he suggested that he might benefit from reaching out to him to help ground his understanding on the technical aspects of the safety reports that had previously been provided and the impact that the trade wind report would have. So I had identified that I had no concerns with that particular approach, and that was the extent of the conversation that I recall.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize for going a few minutes over. Why don't we take our lunch break now? Thank you.
That's fine. It's about 10 past. So let's return at 25 past 2. Thank you. We'll stand adjourned until then.
Thank you.
Ms. Audi, I just want to make sure I have your evidence correct. So was it your understanding coming out of the December 7th call with Mr. Bogosian that he would be contacting SEMA to discuss SEMA's prior reports and determining the impact of the Tradewind report on SEMA's recommendations?
Yes, it was my understanding that he would be having those conversations.
And so by this time, I think you had said earlier that you didn't know if SEMA had already had the Tradewind results.
I don't believe I had any understanding one way or the other. I knew that they were conducting safety assessments for the city and that work was ongoing.
Okay, and had you had a conversation with anyone in Public Works about Public Works sharing the Tradewind results with SEMA?
No, I had not.
And did you have any concerns if Public Works wanted to share the Tradewind results with SEMA?
No, I did not.
On your December 7th call with Mr. Bogosian, did you have a discussion with him about how to communicate with SEMA in a way that would protect the communications from disclosure?
I don't recall whether we specifically had that conversation on the December 7th call. I know we had subsequent correspondence regarding whether or not his communications with Mr. Malone on the issue of liability and his assessment of that liability for the city, but we had a discussion as to how to make sure that those particular discussions would remain privileged and confidential.
And when you're referring to subsequent correspondence, are you referring to the emails or did you have another call with him?
No, the emails that we had subsequent to the call.
Okay, we'll get to those emails. So did you have any understanding of whether or not Public Works would be reaching out to SEMA to talk about the Tradewind results?
No, I didn't. I was engaged with Mr. Bogosian in terms of us doing our review of the liability assessment. I also understood that at the same time, Public Works was reviewing and having discussions with SEMA on their various reports that they had been working on independently.
And in your discussions with Public Works, did they tell you that they were going to share the Tradewind results with SEMA?
So we didn't have any discussions in that regard. They were conducting their review. I was doing mine, and we were bringing that together once we'd had further discussions with on our individual areas of expertise.
And so I take it at this point, you decided you wanted to retain external counsel because you were concerned about potential liability for the city.
Yes, that's correct.
And so did you share that concern with Public Works staff?
So I don't recall the specifics, but I do believe that I had conversations with members of Public Works staff at various points in time that would have identified that we were retaining outside counsel to provide that opinion to the city. Yes.
And you didn't think that it was important to talk to Public Works about having a coordinated approach with SEMA?
So I understood that our roles and our areas of expertise were different in that I was reviewing the liability side and providing Mr. Bogosian with the necessary information and providing him our understanding that he could speak to Mr. Malone about that issue. I also understood that Public Works staff were addressing as their purview the issues around the safety of the roadway and the ongoing work that they were doing in that regard. We were coordinating our approaches in terms of bringing the information to council. That was ongoing and collaborative, but I understood that we were each conducting our own review and providing ultimately council with our expertise in the two different areas, mine being legal and liability review, and theirs being the public safety of the roadway.
But I take it SEMA, because they're a safety consultant, they could only give advice with respect to safety. Is that fair?
So I believe it's fair in the context that that's the information they were providing to public works staff. The reason that Mr. Bogosian was speaking to Mr. Malone was not to get a safety assessment, but to have his technical expertise as an expert in the area of safety as to how, and so that Mr. Bogosian could appreciate and understand the liability. So I think those are two different aspects that particular consultants can provide.
So was it your understanding that Public Works was getting a safety opinion from SEMA, having regard to the trade wind results?
So my understanding was that they were conducting their ongoing safety assessment, and that was their purview. That's what they were doing. It was my role to look at the liability and legal implications of releasing the public or of releasing the trade wind report.
And in those discussions with Public Works staff, did they ever communicate to you that they had provided the trade wind results to SEMA?
I don't recall that specifically being addressed, no, but I do recall us discussing a number of different items around what SEMA and Public Works had been doing. So no, I don't recall that, but I do recall us discussing them in general.
And do you recall discussing in general who would be contacting SEMA about the trade wind results?
So I don't have specific recollection of that, of a discussion to do with that.
Do you recall telling them that Mr. Bogosian would be reaching out to SEMA?
I don't recall specifically providing that information. I do know that we discussed that Mr. Bogosian was having conversations with Mr. Malone in the context of our liability review, but I don't recall anything specific.
Do you recall ever telling Public Works that they shouldn't contact SEMA?
No, I don't. I did not do that.
And I think your evidence was that if they wanted to contact SEMA, you were totally happy to have them do that.
Absolutely. I think it's important to appreciate that my understanding was that Public Works at all times were getting whatever information and providing whatever information to SEMA they felt necessary to do their jobs, to provide that safety assessment and to review that information with SEMA and ultimately provide that to council. In no way would I get in the way of that or prevent them from doing that in any capacity.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62007? So, Ms. Audi, I understand that after the December 7th call, you asked Ms. McNeil to draft the retainer letter for Mr. Bogosian. Does that sound right?
I believe so. We were drafting it. Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and so this is an email exchange, so you're not copied on this. This at the bottom of the document, there's an email from Ms. McNeil to Mr. McGuire. Well, at least he's responding to it, where she says, "Hi, Gord, I just tried calling you, but no answer. Can you please send to me something that explains the current scope of work that SEMA is undertaking for which we are going to be adding / updating them on the trade wind friction testing results? I will need to reference it in the retainer letter that I am drafting." And is your understanding that this retainer letter was the retainer letter for Mr. Bogosian?
As you indicated, this is not my my email. I assume that that's what she was speaking to, but ultimately that would be something that Ms. McNeil would have to address.
To your knowledge, she wasn't working on any other retainer letters at the time?
She may have been. She had presumably a number of other retainers, but I believe that that's likely what this was about.
Okay. And so she says here, for which we are going to be adding / updating them on the trade wind friction testing results. So was it your understanding that Mr. Bogosian would be contacting SEMA to add / update them on the trade wind friction testing results?
No, that was not my understanding.
But I thought that you had just testified that your understanding was that Mr. Bogosian would be reaching out to SEMA, including to update them on the trade wind results?
So no, my understanding was that Mr. Bogosian was going to be reaching out to SEMA, to Mr. Malone specifically, to speak with him about the implications of the Tradewin report as it affected the city's general liability. So yes, that would involve discussing that with him. So to that extent, yes. But to update them for any other purpose, no, it was in the context of our liability assessment.
And so you don't have any evidence, or you don't know why Ms. McNeil would have framed her email in this way?
No, I do not.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64323, image 4? So Ms. Adi, here we have an email from you to Mr. Bogosian on December the 7th, 2018. And you say, thank you for speaking to myself and Berdina this afternoon. So I take it this was after the call that you had with Mr. Bogosian. And then you'll see in the third paragraph, you say, I'm looking for your advice on the following. 1, a general risk/liability assessment, including any thoughts on the FOI request. 2, how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed in June of 2019, litigation privilege. 3, media and council information. So had you had a discussion with Mr. Bogosian on December 7th about how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety?
So the discussion that Mr. Bogosian and I had on December the 7th was firstly to deal with the issue of retaining him to give a liability assessment. And secondly, we discussed the SEMA 2015 report and the potential for the countermeasures that were identified in that report to be mitigating factors in that liability assessment. And that was the context in which we had identified at Mr. Bogosian's suggestion that he might benefit from speaking to Mr. Malone in order to understand the technical aspects of their reports and their assessments to date. And that was the context in which that second item there is identified.
So on the second item, you say how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input. So you were asking him how to go about actually obtaining the input?
So that was part of our conversation. We primarily were dealing with how he should have that conversation. We spoke about that. We also discussed the best approach to ensure that that discussion that he had on his liability assessment with Mr. Malone should remain privileged. So we did discuss him having those conversations directly and wanting to ensure that that discussion on his assistance on the liability matter to be remaining confidential. So that was the context for that second point.
So here you talk about whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed. And so I take it that you were trying to find out from Mr. Bogosian how the city should approach SEMA to obtain an opinion on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety.
So I can appreciate that's how it reads. I'm trying to clarify that while that is what it says, my understanding and what I was seeking from David could have been framed differently and frankly better to clarify the conversation that we had and the context and the discussions that we did have were not dealing with safety matters. They were looking at how to use the discussion that SEMA had previously with staff in their 2015 report, how to look at those interim countermeasures that they discussed and to assess those countermeasures as potentially mitigating factors had they been appropriately completed, and if they were not, to then use that to improve the city's position with respect to liability by completing anything that had not been yet completed on that matter, on that list. So I do appreciate that could read better, but I hope I've been able to explain what the context was and what I was attempting to capture.
But when you say how to approach, I mean, contacting SEMA would be pretty simple. The city could just pick up the phone and call Mr. Malone. So why did you need an opinion on how to approach SEMA?
So I think that was, again, not the best way to identify that discussion. So I wanted Mr. Bogosian, he had identified that he wanted to reach out to Mr. Malone to have some assistance on the technical aspects of providing his opinion. I had identified that was like we had discussed that. I thought that was a good idea. I also wanted him, we had also discussed that it was appropriate for him to have those contact that discussion directly as it pertains to his review of the liability assessment for the city. And so that he had those conversations directly would, in our view, allow for that information to be privileged insofar as it related to his assessment of the liability for the city.
So I'm going to suggest to you that what you were asking Mr. Bogosian to do was to give an opinion on how the city could go about getting an opinion on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed in a way that would be protected from disclosure.
So I don't agree. I think while it reads that way, I was having those conversations in a different context. I could have been clearer in how I captured that. And I think ultimately the conversations that I had further with Mr. Bogosian and ultimately with the content of his final opinion is reflective of ultimately what he and I understood his direction to be.
So so sitting here today, you don't have an explanation for why you use the term how to approach.
I do believe I've tried to explain that. I'm happy to try and be clearer about that, but I'm trying to say that it was in the context of the discussion we had around mitigation and looking at the interim measures that SEMA had suggested would be beneficial. And then ultimately to have David have that conversation with Mr. Malone directly so that those conversations would be privileged. That was what I was attempting to capture in that second sentence.
And did you want to ensure that Public Works was not having those discussions with SEMA because then those discussions would not be protected by privilege?
No, I did not. My only role was to look at getting a liability and a legal opinion on this. It was not my position to prevent or to restrict any access between Public Works staff, particularly the directors or the general managers, or frankly anyone, from speaking to their consultants in a way that would permit them to conduct safety review of any kind. And frankly, I would not do that. I believe that's their responsibility. And had I engaged in any discussions or attempts to restrict that information, I firmly believe that any of those directors or general managers would have identified that as a concern and would have documented and escalated that to the appropriate individuals. That is not consistent with my recollection or any of the documents that I have reviewed that would suggest that that was in fact the case.
We seem to have lost some individuals. Is that right?
I think
Can you still see and hear me, Mr. Commissioner?
I can still see and hear you, Ms. Audie. I think perhaps we've lost Ms. Lee.
Oh, I'm here. Can you see?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. Okay.
I see and hear Ms. Lee.
Okay.
As do I.
Okay. So in the last paragraph, you say that you'll be forwarding Mr. Bogosian the reports the city has to date on this issue and the FOI request. I look forward to speaking to you on Tuesday. So that's just a few days away. Was there a sense of urgency that you conveyed to Mr. Bogosian about getting this assessment?
So at this point in time, I was hoping that Mr. Bogosian would have the opportunity to take a look at this issue as a priority, or at least as something that was on his list of things to do. Certainly, we were attempting to get as much information as quickly as possible to be able to contribute to the discussion and ultimately the framing of the council report that was going to go to council. So it wasn't a request that I would have expected him to take slowly. But I don't know that it would have escalated to a necessarily an urgent request at this point, but I was expecting him to spend his attention on it.
Okay, Registrar, could we go to image, the one before this? So image 3 of this document. You'll see here in the bottom of the page, there's a response from Mr. Bogosian to you. This is on December the 10th, 2018.
Yes.
And you see in the second paragraph, he says, I thought over the weekend about the issue of how to obtain an opinion from SEMA regarding interim safety measures regarding the condition of the RHVE pending resurfacing in June of 2019. I think the only way we could prevent access to any correspondence they send conferring their opinion is if I contact them and obtain their advice, then communicate it to you as part of my opinion letter. Let me know if you want to proceed in that fashion. I note that I use SEMA in my cases all the time, so have a good working relationship with them and hopefully could expedite the provision of their opinion. And then above that, you respond on December 11th. This is on the Tuesday morning. You say, David, I agree with your approach below. I will send you the contact info, but I believe the name mentioned as our contact is Dave Malone, and ultimately that's corrected because it's actually Brian Malone. So when Mr. Bogosian says that he thought over the weekend about the issue of how to obtain an opinion from SEMA regarding interim safety measures, he refers to finding a way to prevent access to any correspondence they send conferring their opinion. And so do you maintain that you didn't have that discussion with Mr. Bogosian in terms of trying to find a way to obtain SEMA consultant input in a way that would be protected from disclosure?
So I did discuss with Mr. Bogosian how he might be able to contact SEMA to have confidential discussions around the information that Mr. Bogosian needed to be able to assess the liability. It was not to prevent access to any other safety information or any other information that others might have, but simply to protect the solicitor client privilege around the discussions of liability. And that is all. So not related to safety matters, but related to his technical expertise provided to David, necessary to help David provide his opinion. And that's the context that we were discussing that in.
And Registrar, could you just put up image 4 as well, just so that we have the original email from Ms. Audie? So you're saying that you never had a discussion with Mr. Bogosian about how to get an opinion on interim safety measures, even though that's what your email says.
So as I've indicated that could have been more clearly and reflective of the conversation that we had, which was not about safety measures in the context of safety, but the safety measures that were identified by SEMA in their 2015 report in the context of those being appropriate mitigation matters. So I was looking at, with Mr. Bogosian, the liability and the assessment of those mitigation measures, not of the safety of the roadway. I understood that to be the purview and the work that was being done by public works staff with SEMA that was ongoing and separate from my discussions and Mr. Bogosian's discussions with Mr. Malone on that issue.
Isn't the safety of the roadway linked to liability and potential mitigation measures from a liability perspective?
So yes, there is a relationship between those two things in that those safety measures while would also improve the safety of the road, would equally be mitigating factors in the potential liability assessment. But my review and my discussion was dealing with the liability assessment, not the safety of the road. That was the purview of the Public Works Department, and they were conducting that review, and that was ongoing at the time.
And again, SEMA is a safety consultant, so SEMA could only provide its recommendations from a safety perspective. Is that fair?
So had they been asked to do that by Public Works, I would say you're absolutely correct. But what the reason and the rationale for Mr. Bogosian to speak to him was not to provide a safety assessment on itself, in and of itself, but to look at what any of those implications might be for the on the liability and looking at the mitigation measures. They are linked. They are certainly to part of the same conversation, but with different lenses, with a different aspect of it being reviewed. Litigation, legal assessment, safety assessment being that of Public Works.
And so in Mr. Bogosian's email, he says an opinion from SEMA regarding interim safety measures regarding the condition of the RHVP pending resurfacing. That refers to interim safety measures.
It does. And I understood that to be in relation to our conversation around reviewing those safety measures from the perspective of their appropriateness for reviewing and identifying the mitigating factors that might improve the city's liability perspective.
And when he says the only way we could prevent access to any correspondence they send conferring their opinion is if I contact them and obtain their advice, then communicate it to you as part of my opinion letter. Here, he's saying that he's trying to find a way to communicate SEMA's opinion regarding interim safety measures in a way that would prevent access to any correspondence.
Sorry, is there a question there, Commission Counsel?
Yes, was that your understanding of his email?
So my understanding was not that the intention was to prevent access, but simply to allow for that conversation, for Mr. Malone to speak with a technical expert to understand the nature of the reports that he was reviewing in order to be able to provide an assessment and an opinion to the city on the liability that would come from potentially result from the Tradewind report being released. And so that to me was a reflection of his statement of how we would normally have those conversations between lawyers, clients, and experts, not with any particular motive of restricting access. It was simply a statement of that relationship between lawyers and experts in providing advice, and that is normally protected by privilege.
That's not something you needed Mr. Bogosian's advice on. You would have known that litigation privilege would apply if that's what the discussion was about.
So I had asked him to confirm that is his expertise as the city solicitor and looking at all of the work that I do for the city. My particular area of expertise, while I do have a familiarity with all areas of the law, I am not a litigator. I had not been doing litigation for some time. It was primarily the reason why we had an external specialist. So I sought to get a specialist's opinion on that and simply was confirming what I did understand to be the state of the law, but I had asked him to confirm that for me.
Okay, and then in your email, you say, I agree with your approach below. So I take it that you were agreeing with Mr. Bogosian's suggestion that he obtain the opinion from SEMA regarding interim safety measures, regarding the condition of the RHVP, and then convey that advice to you in his opinion.
So I was conferring with his approach, I've tried to clarify that I could have said that better. So I was clarifying what I understood to be my understanding, which was that he was going to speak to Mr. Malone. He was going to get the necessary technical expertise from an expert in the field to provide the city with his legal opinion on what we had asked him to do. I can fully acknowledge that could be addressed more clearly in my emails, and ultimately what I had asked David to do is produced in his legal opinion, and there is no discussion of preventing access or trying to provide a safety assessment. So I appreciate that it's confusing here, but ultimately I did understand, and I believe that Mr. Bogosian understood what I was asking him to say and to do, and that ultimately was provided to the city.
But you don't say in your email back to him that, actually, no, that's not what I was referring to. In fact, I want you to do something else. Is that fair? I mean, we have the email.
So again, I could have clarified that, but I was responding quickly. I was attempting to keep things moving, and I was responding to what I understood our understanding to be.
And so did you have a further clarification email or conversation with Mr. Bogosian to clarify what it was that you were asking him to do?
Yeah, so we spoke on a number of occasions, not a number, but we spoke on occasions following this where we discussed the report and what he was reviewing, the mitigation measures, and ultimately leading to his draft opinion, which was provided on December the 13th, which I think identifies that what he was asked to do, which was to provide a liability assessment, and that's what was ultimately in his report.
So before December 11th, so before Mr. Bogosian speaks with Malone, did you have a further conversation or communication with him to clarify what it was that Mr. Bogosian was to do?
No, but I understood him to have an understanding of what I was looking for.
Right, and his understanding is set out in his email of December the 10th, 2018. So you didn't have any further clarifying discussions, conversations, or emails with Mr. Bogosian between December the 10th and the 11th?
I don't believe I had any further conversations with him. I can't recall specifically, but again, I understood him and I to have had an understanding based on our conversation that day. I identify that could have been more clearly addressed in these emails, but I do believe he understood what I was looking for, and that is reflected in his ultimate opinion.
But his understanding as of December the 10th, 2018, and into December 11th, 2018 is what he set out in his email that we're looking at right now. You have no evidence to suggest that he had some different understanding as of December 11th when he spoke with Mr. Malone.
Not more than what I feel I've already tried to convey to the commissioner.
Registrar, could you pull up overview document 9A, image 214? So you'll see at paragraph 501, there's an email from you to Ms. McNeil. The subject line is retainer letter. And you ask Ms. McNeil if she has any additions or comments to the attached document, and the attached document is the retainer for Mr. Bogosian. And there's an excerpt of it in the following paragraph. So Registrar, could you pull up 215? There you go. So I take it that you were the one who ultimately drafted Mr. Bogosian's retainer letter?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And so you'll see at the top of image 215 that the letter is to confirm his retainer with respect to the representation of the city in the matter relating to reports regarding the friction on the Red Hill Valley Expressway, and in particular, and you'll see point number 3, how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed in June of 2019, including retaining the expert if necessary. And so this is the same language as in your previous email, except there's the addition of including retaining the expert if necessary. So were you contemplating having Mr. Bogosian retain SEMA?
I was contemplating.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was asking if you were contemplating having Mr. Bogosian retain SEMA to obtain input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing of the road.
So I was reflecting the similar discussion that we had, which was to deal with him having a conversation with Mr. Malone to help understand the technical aspects of the reports that he was reviewing. Again, similar, it's the same comments that I had previously around this language certainly could have been clearer. I believe I added the discussion around retaining that expert if needed to provide David with that direction if he felt that a particular retainer agreement was necessary to allow him to speak to Mr. Malone as an expert would normally be retained to provide advice on a litigation matter. So that's, I believe, why I had added that language, but the same comments that I had made previously apply to this statement in the retainer letter.
I take it you would have wanted to ensure that Mr. Bogosian knew what he was being retained to do?
I did certainly want to be as clear as possible. I was also working quickly to try and get this information to him in a way that would, in a timely way that would allow for him to have the maximum amount of time to review it. I certainly agree. I could have been clearer in that regard, but I was trying to get it to him as quickly as possible.
Well, what you're telling us today is that you didn't actually ask Mr. Bogosian to do what you set out in number 3. Is that fair?
Not framed in that particular way. I did ask him to speak to Mr. Malone. He was empowered to do so from our conversation for the purposes of understanding what he was providing the city in terms of a liability assessment. We were not looking for a safety assessment from Mr. Malone in that through that discussion. We were looking to have Mr. Malone provide Mr. Bogosian with the information he needed to provide the city with his opinion.
And you didn't have any discussions with Mr. Bogosian to suggest to him that actually you didn't mean what you said in point number 3 in the retainer letter?
I believe he understood that from our earlier conversation. And so I didn't feel that that clarification was necessary. We spoke subsequently and he knew he was reviewing and providing the information that we had requested. And ultimately that was provided in his opinion. And I had no concerns with the information that he provided in his opinion. It was reflective of what I had asked him to do. So
I just want to make sure I understand. So you have the conversation with Mr. Bogosian on December 7th. You then send him an email on December the 10th and you send the draft retainer letter on December the 7th. You send an email on December the 7th. And so your evidence is that Mr. Bogosian would have understood what he was required to do based on the conversation and not what was set out in writing?
Yes, I believe he understood the context in which that discussion took place. And ultimately that was confirmed in the ultimate opinion that he provided us. My goal was to get him a retainer letter and to confirm his retainer as quickly as possible so that we could get him working on that information and that opinion to provide to council.
Okay. Well, we have what his understanding of it as of December the 10th, and we've looked at that email. We don't have to go back there for now. Okay, Registrar, could we go to image 220? So paragraph 520. You'll see that on December the 8th, 2018, so this is the day after you've spoken with Mr. Bogosian and Ms. McNeil, Mr. McGuire emailed Mr. Malone under the subject line RHVP. He wrote, "Hi, Brian, did our legal group get in touch with you on the safety report?" Mr. Malone replied the same day, advising that he had not been contacted. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire that would suggest to Mr. McGuire that the legal group would be contacting Mr. Malone about the safety report?
No, I don't know the basis for that comment.
So by this time, you just to situate you in time, by this time, we know that you've met with McGuire at least on December the 4th and on December the 6th. Is it possible that during those meetings, you had talked to Mr. McGuire about having someone from the legal group reach out to Mr. Malone on the safety report?
No, so that was not my understanding of my objective. So I'm not sure where that would have come from.
So you have no idea why Mr. McGuire would be under this impression? That the
That's
legal-
correct. You would need to honestly speak to him about that. I can't say.
Okay, and then at paragraph 521, you see Mr. McGuire forwards Mr. Malone's response to Ms. McNeil. And he writes, did you get a hold of the SEMA contact via Edward? I was wondering if so, could I talk to SEMA confidentially? And then Ms. McNeil replies on December the 10th, 2018, thanks for your email. No, we have not contacted SEMA yet because we are still working on how we are going to put the request to them in order to best move forward from a legal perspective. I would strongly advise that you not speak with SEMA about this matter until you have heard back from us/Nicole. We should be able to update you this week, I hope by midweek. And had you had any discussions with Ms. McNeil about, or Mr. McGuire about how to best move forward from a legal perspective?
No, I did not.
And there's a reference to hearing back from us/Nicole. And did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about having to update him on where things stood from a legal perspective?
I don't recall having a specific discussion with Mr. McGuire outside of the meetings that we had, the meeting that we had on December the 14th. I don't recall if there were other opportunities for me to speak with him between that email and the meeting on the 14th. But I do know at that meeting, I conveyed my understanding of David's preliminary thoughts on the litigation and liability, and that we discussed SEMA's other work and the other reports that were ongoing at that discussion. So we shared, each of us, our work to date on the file and in preparation for bringing a report to council.
And so in the second paragraph, do you have, of Ms. McNeil's email, do you have any understanding of why Ms. McNeil would be strongly advising Mr. McGuire against speaking with SEMA until he's heard back from us/Nicole?
No, I don't.
Was it possible that you had a discussion with Ms. McNeil which suggested that you wanted to communicate with SEMA through Mr. Bogosian during this time rather than through Public Works?
No, I did not have any discussions with her about that.
You know at this time that Mr. McGuire was asking to contact SEMA confidentially?
No, I did not. Yeah, I don't know what a confidential discussion, what kind of confidential discussion he would have wanted to have. Certainly, had it been related to safety or his need to get any advice from SEMA on the work he was doing otherwise, I would certainly have expected him to have no barriers to having that conversation with SEMA directly. So I don't believe that it would have been related to anything to do with safety. The confidential nature of the discussion he wanted to have, I don't know what that would have been about.
And so Ms. McNeil, when she says, she refers to hearing back from either her, or she says us/Nicole. I take it she wasn't one to refer to you without authority to do so?
So I'm not sure how to answer that question. I believe that Ms. McNeil was writing an email. I don't know what the basis of that was. I do know that we were providing updates and having opportunities to speak with Public Works at various points in time. And I suspect it may have been related to the meeting that we had on December the 14th, where we were bringing all of our collective work to date together to share that information. So that may have been what she was referring to. But again, without having an opportunity to speak to her or to have her to provide you with that information, I can't say for certain what that is, related, what she's referring to.
So sorry, you're saying now that it's possible she was referring to holding off until you had the meeting on December 14th?
Sorry, no, I apologize. What I was referring to is the opportunity to update later in the week may have been referring to the meeting that was undertaking. What she was referring to in terms of not speaking to SEMA, I do not know what that was about. That was not direction that came from me.
Okay, but you were in frequent communication with Ms. McNeil around this time about the RHVP. Is that fair?
We were speaking on it from time to time. I wouldn't say it was frequent. We were having conversations as she felt necessary to update me on the work that she was doing, and I was endeavoring through Ron, and if she happened to stop into my office, to give her an update on what I was doing and the work that was being undertaken. So, but those were very high level discussions. I don't recall having any particularly detailed conversations with her regarding strategies or next steps that would have generated that comment.
Okay, but she was checking in with you on the work that she was doing.
She did report back to me following her meeting on the 3rd. I don't recall having any further in-depth discussions about her work. I understood her to be providing the necessary advice to Public Works on the FOI process, but I don't recall having any particular updates from her following the 3rd.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62509? Go to image 2, please. Or you can maybe put them side by side, image 1 and image 2. So on image 2, it starts with an email from you, Ms. Audie, to Mr. Soldo. This is on December 11th, 2018. And you say, hi, Edward, tried calling you back. Sorry, today got away from me. Was the contact Brian Malone? Let me know when you have a moment to discuss. Do you recall why you were calling Mr. Soldo as of December 11th, 2018?
No, I don't.
And do you recall talking to Mr. Soldo about SEMA and the contact being Brian Malone?
I recall getting that information from him at some point, that it was Brian Malone that he had been dealing with, but I don't recall having a conversation with him at that time.
Okay, well, this email seems to suggest that you had at least a discussion or something that prompted your email to Mr. Soldo about the contact being Brian Malone. Does that refresh your memory at all?
No, sorry.
And so in the response, Mr. Soldo writes, this is on December the 12th, 2018 at 8:06 a.m. He says, yes, he is expecting your call. So do you have any understanding of why Mr. Soldo would have conveyed to Mr. Malone that he should expect a call from you or from someone in legal?
No, I don't.
So you have no idea why Mr. Soldo would respond this way?
So I don't have any particular understanding. I believe it may be that he was, I can't remember if it was Mr. Soldo that provided us the name of Mr. Malone, just to confirm that Mr. Bogosian was speaking to the same person they were dealing with. So it may have been related to confirming that that was the same person that Mr. Bogosian was going to be speaking to. But other than that, I don't have any recollection of that discussion, but that's my best understanding of what that could have been about.
Okay, so you may have had a discussion with Mr. Soldo in which you mentioned that Mr. Bogosian would be reaching out to Mr. Malone. Is that fair? I can't go to that level of detail. I certainly believe that we confirmed, we being myself or somebody else in the city, that was the same individual. So Mr. Bogosian had identified a contact at SEMA. We were confirming, I believe, that was the same contact in order to make sure that we were all talking about the same person, and that was what was being confirmed as far as I can understand there. Why was it important that it be the same person? I'm just curious.
I don't know that it was important. I think it was just confirming a fact. So I was speaking at one point that it was a David Malone. I think we were just making sure that we were all talking about the same person. Not that it was important, but just to confirm accuracy of information.
Okay, Registrar, could you pull up HAM 62010 on images 2 and 3, if you could? So at the bottom of image 2, there's an email from Ms. McNeil on December the 10th, 2018. And then the email is at image 3. And so you'll see in the first paragraph, there's an update about Mr. McGuire's meeting with Dominic Pellegrini from Audit. And you'll see that she says, Mr. McGuire is concerned about answering any of Dominic's questions, but also doesn't want to be criticized for obstructing the audit office in their job. I advised him that it was far better for Dominic to be upset about not getting any answers today than it would be for Gord to try and provide even limited information. I advised Gord that he should cancel the meeting, but if he doesn't cancel the meeting, he should simply listen to Dominic's concerns and questions, but his answer to all of the pertinent questions needs to be, I am not in a position today to provide you with any answers to those questions. Did you have any discussions with Ms. McNeil about this approach that's set out in her email?
No, I did not.
And did you agree with the advice that was given in that paragraph?
So I wasn't consulted on that approach in advance of her providing that opinion.
Right. Did you come to a view on whether or not that advice was good advice after you got the email?
So at that point in time, I don't believe I looked to change or to comment on her advice. I believe I was being provided with that as an update.
Okay, but you certainly didn't indicate any disagreement with the advice that was given.
No, but as I've indicated previously, had I been asked, I can appreciate where Ms. McNeil was coming from, but and so to get better understand her advice, you would need to speak with her. But from my perspective, the role of audit and staff's responsibility to deal with that is important, and I would not have advised, I wouldn't have approached it in the same way.
And you didn't think that it was important for you to convey that to Ms. McNeil?
I believe that most of my understanding when this was coming to me is that it had largely already been provided, and I didn't feel it was appropriate to contradict her, and I was not being asked to provide that confirmation of approach.
So because Ms. McNeil didn't ask for confirmation, you didn't think that you should share with her your views on the advice that was given? So
at the time, I wasn't reviewing it for that purpose. Looking at it now, I can appreciate that where she was coming from, but I would have approached it in a different way myself.
Okay, but I think, but you didn't communicate to Ms. McNeil that you did.
No, not at the time. No, I did not.
And in the second paragraph, she says, of note, Gord mentioned that over the weekend, he reviewed a draft 2018 SEMA report dealing with the safety analysis / review of the RHVP. It appears that the report indicates that wet weather performance of the RHVP has worsened since SEMA's 2015 report. So by this time, did you know about the roadside safety assessment that Public Works had engaged SEMA to conduct?
I would need to confirm at some point. I know that that information was provided to Mr. Bogosian, and also by the December 14th meeting, I knew that that was part of it. So I don't know whether this came to my attention at that moment, but I did by 3 or 4 days later understand that that was taking place. Okay. And I appreciate that Mr. Bogosian had also sought and been provided that information directly from Mr. Malone.
Was it concerning to you that the new report indicated that wet weather performance had worsened since SEMA's 2015 report? So I understood that those types of considerations were the purview of, in terms of safety and their implications, were the responsibility of Public Works.
was all information that was being provided both to them and to Mr. Bogosian in order to provide his assessment. So I was under the impression that all the parties who needed to have that information had it.
And then in the third paragraph, you'll see in the third sentence, she says, I spoke with Dana Lazau this past Friday about litigation that she's handling on behalf of the city. And she reviewed the affidavit of documents. And then in the last sentence of that paragraph, she says, I did not tell Dana any details about the FOI access request or the documents discovered therein, as I think that is best coming from Ron and or Nicole. What was your understanding of why she was speaking with Ms. Lazau and reviewing the affidavit of documents in that matter?
I don't know why she was doing that or having that conversation. I can't say that. I can't speak to that.
Did you have an understanding of why she would have said that that the issue was best coming from Ron and or Nicole with respect to updating Ms. Lazau?
No, I don't. Except that we were dealing with it at the level of the council report and preparing that documentation. But I'm not clear why she would have said that.
In image 2, so you'll see a response from Mr. Sabot on December 10th, 2018. And you'll see he says in the second line, he says, I don't like the optics if Gord goes away saying legal said to cancel, but I agree he should postpone if he's not actually able to answer and give that as his reason. Audit here is internal and just doing their work. And then he goes on. So did you share Mr. Sabot's concerns with optics?
I wouldn't have framed it in that way, but it was more reflective of my understanding, which was that, that Gord should attempt to address the concerns of audit as best he could. If he wasn't in a position to do so, I would have suggested that similarly that he have that discussion with them directly, and that should be between him and his superiors rather than relying on some advice that may or may not have come from legal on that aspect. So I wouldn't have called it optics. I would have said but it's the same idea, and that we shouldn't have been providing that information or that advice in terms of not complying with audit's request. But again, I don't know that I didn't see that as what Regina was doing either.
Registrar, could you go to image 1? And so at the bottom of this page, there's a response from Ms. McNeil, December the 10th, 2018. In the second paragraph, she refers to Edward Soldo perhaps questioning using SEMA for future matters relating to the RHVP, given the relationship between Brian Malone of SEMA and the fact that his wife, Betty Matthews Malone, was the former director of operations at the City of Hamilton during the years we are now reviewing as it relates to friction testing on the RHVP. Do you recall this issue of a potential conflict of interest coming up?
I recall it being raised, yes, through this email.
Did you have did you form a view on whether or not there was a conflict of interest?
So I recall not being concerned that there was one. I understood that she was not involved in the procurement or the direction of that work. But again, I didn't put my mind to it particularly, but I didn't understand it to be a concern.
And when you say she, you're referring to Mr. Malone's wife?
Yes, Ms. Matthews Malone.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions beyond this one email chain about this potential conflict of interest issue?
I recall having other conversations around it generally, but I can't recall anything particular about them, other than I don't recall having a particular concern.
And who were those conversations with?
I don't recall specifically. I believe it may have been with Mr. McKinnon, but I don't, or Mr. Soldo, but I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, could we go to HAM 61884? You could put up images 3 and 4. I just wanted to show you the originating email from the chain. You're ultimately copied on this. So, sorry, maybe it's 2 and 3. Yes. Okay. So at the very bottom of image 2, you'll see on December 11th, 2018, there's an email from Charles Brown to Dan McKinnon about the situation with the audit. If you want, I can give you an opportunity to review it. And you'll see it at the top of the image 2 that Mr. McGuire forwards this to you and to Ms. McNeil.
See that?
Okay, and then if we go to image 1, Registrar. There's a response from Mr. Sabot on December the 12th, discussing some possible coordination with audit, FOI office, and clerks on the upcoming council report. So did you have any discussions with Ms. McNeil, Mr. Sabot, or Mr. McGuire, or Mr. McKinnon about the issue that was raised by Mr. Brown in his email to Mr. McKinnon?
No, I did not.
Do you recall a discussion with Mr. Sabot about possible coordination?
No, I don't.
And at this time, who from legal was providing advice, if anyone, I guess, to the public works staff about how to deal with the audit issue?
So I don't know whether we were requested to provide any particular advice. So I can't really speak to that. I wasn't aware of anything certainly coming to my attention beyond the emails that I was provided for information here.
So your understanding is you were just receiving this as an FYI without any action item on your part?
Yes. Certainly that was the language in the email.
And you see at the top of the page, Mr. Sabot says in a second paragraph, maybe we can discuss that further. I'm thinking we share documents with audit and FOI that we have already. It's clear, though, that audits request with a much wider scope. And they may even need to interview current or former staff to get full info. And so did you have any discussions about sharing documents with audit and FOI that were already available at this time?
I don't recall having any discussions around that issue.
Do you recall if you agreed with Mr. Sabot's proposal?
I don't recall having given consideration to that. I understood that from this email that Mr. Sabot was dealing with it, and that I don't recall having any further discussion.
Okay, Commissioner White, we can take our afternoon break now if you'd like.
Okay. Well, it's just about 3:30, so we'll return at 3:45.
Thank you. Ms. Audi, I want to turn quickly to the 4 reports that you provided to Mr. Bogosian. Registrar, if you could turn up HAM 61863. So here we have an email from Ms. McNeil to you on December the 7th, 2018, attaching 3 of the 4 main reports. There's the trade wind report, the SEMA November 2015 report, and the RHVP pavement testing results. And she says that she'll have to send the 4th report, which is the Boulder report, separately. Are these the 4 reports that you ultimately provided to Mr. Bogosian?
Yes, they are.
And so we saw that you had previously received the trade wind report and the 2015 SEMA report from Ms. McNeil on December the 4th, 2018. We went to that email earlier today. Was this the first time you received any of the pavement testing results from Boulder, the one dated November 28th, 2018?
Yes, I believe so.
What discussions did you have about the 2017 Boulder pavement evaluation?
I don't recall, sorry, excuse me. I don't recall having any particular discussions about that document.
Were you aware of the results of the pavement evaluation?
I believe I would have reviewed it, but I don't recall having any particular discussions about it.
And how did you decide that these were the reports that should go to Mr. Bogosian?
I believe that those were the reports that were recommended by Ms. McNeil as being the most appropriate.
And you rely on, and you relied on Ms. McNeil's advice in that respect.
Yeah, I understood those to be the primary reports that were the nature of the FOI, that were responsive to the FOI and that had come up as a result of that review.
And she refers to sending the 4th report in parts. Was this the first time you received the Boulder report?
I believe so.
And did you review the 2014 Boulder report?
I believe I would have given it a preliminary review, but primarily provided to David for his assessment.
And so I want to turn to the call that you had with Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Sabot on December the 11th, 2018. We do have some notes, 64355. And so are these your notes from the call with Mr. Bogosian?
Yes, they are.
I see that Ms. McNeil is not listed as an attendee. Do you recall if she was on the call?
I don't believe that she was.
Do you have any recollection of why she wouldn't have been on this call if she was on the call with you on December the 7th?
Yes, no, I don't. Except that we were transitioning into the liability assessment, and I don't believe she was involved in that aspect of the file. She was dealing with the FOI component.
Oh, I see. So from your perspective, Ms. McNeil was dealing with the FOI component and Mr. Sabot was dealing with the liability?
Yes, as the deputy city solicitor on this level of a file, yes, I was working with him.
And I should have asked you this sooner. Apart from that initial conversation that you mentioned with Ms. Edwards, was Ms. Edwards involved at all in this matter?
No, she was not.
And so do you have a general recollection of this call on December 11th, 2018?
I do, as captured by my notes.
Okay. And so did you have any recollection apart from what you're able to recreate through your notes?
Not specifically. I don't think so. Where I do, I'll let you know.
Okay. So under there's a point number 1, discussion with SEMA, Brian Malone, other reports / ongoing. And then there's a note that says everything they would recommend is in 2015 report. And then it says chart section 9.2, slippery when wet, flashing beacons when wet. And then implemented / partial / not reviewed with David will go to installation to liability. And then it says friction testing question mark done. What is that referring to?
I don't recall what that specific note was, what was relating to.
Do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about his discussion with Mr. Malone?
Yes, I do. That was captured at the beginning of that note. He was relaying to us that he had spoken to Mr. Malone and that he had confirmed with Mr. Malone that SEMA's recommendations regarding the safety of surrounding that report were everything that they would recommend were contained in that report. And that we then continued our discussion of the 9.2 chart in the context of providing it discussing that in the context of mitigation against liability.
Okay, and so just so I'm clear, the chart and that section 9.2, that's the chart from the 2015 SEMA report
Yes.
that lists out SEMA's recommendations.
Yes, I think they refer to them as countermeasures. Yes.
Okay, and do you recall if Mr. Bogosian told you if he had talked to Mr. Malone about the Tradewind report or its results?
I don't recall specifically whether that was discussed, but I do believe that he would have had conversations with him around the nature of that report, as that was important to his opinion. And ultimately, he refers to that in his final opinion, or his draft and final opinion letter that he did have that conversation with Mr. Malone.
Okay, but you don't recall if on the December 11th call, he conveyed to you that he had talked to Mr. Malone about the Tradewind results?
No, but I understood that that would be the basis for him saying that everything that they would recommend is in the 2015 report. So I understood that to be on the basis that he had had a conversation with them regarding the information in the Tradewind report.
And do you have a recollection of that, or are you recreating that based on your notes?
So that's my belief about what, so I don't have a specific recollection, but I believe that that is the basis of that conversation and that note.
And what's the basis of your belief?
That would have been necessary for him to be able to identify that to us, that he would have needed to have spoken to him. And I do believe, and he did identify that in his final report, that he had had that conversation. And I understood it to have happened at this point, because that's the information that I had going into further conversations.
So when you say at this point, are you referring to December 11th or the December 13th after you received the draft opinion?
No, that was what I understood to have been the case here.
Okay, so you don't have a specific recollection, but you believe, based on the notes and the circumstances, that Mr. Bogosian would have told you that he had conveyed the Tradewind results to Mr. Malone.
Yes.
So there's a reference to slippery when wet and flashing beacons when wet. What are those referring to?
I believe that those were referring to items in chart 9.2 that it was unclear whether had been completed at the time we spoke on the matter. That's what I understood that to be, that there may be components of that chart that we needed to confirm whether they had undertaken that work.
They being public works stuff?
They being public works, yes, that's the note that I had need PW to confirm.
Okay.
And I transferred that into the action items as well.
Okay. And so do you recall Mr. Bogosian going through the list of safety recommendations from SEMA and talking about whether or not they'd been implemented, partially implemented, or not implemented?
I don't recall that specifically, but I do see that it's captured in my notes there.
Okay. And when it says will go to insulation, I think it says 4 or 2 liability.
Yes.
What is that referring to?
So I understood that, as I've indicated earlier, that the countermeasures and whether or not they had been completed would go to mitigation of any potential liability that the city may have from the resulting from the Tradewind report being released.
Right. So if the city had implemented all of the safety recommendations, that would help insulate the city from liability.
Any or all of them, so that each factor was a contributing piece to the ultimate mitigation. So however much we would go further. So the more things we had done on that, the further we would go towards improving the city's position with respect to mitigation and the liability.
And ensuring that SEMA had the Tradewind report in terms of whether or not that report affected those safety recommendations, that would have been important from a liability perspective.
Yes, and that was ultimately what we were asking Brian to confirm in terms of that assessment, right? So to bring those two things together.
And did Mr. Bogosian say if he had sent the Tradewind report to Mr. Malone?
I don't recall him identifying that as a particular action that he had taken. He had indicated that he spoke to Mr. Malone and had discussed those issues with him.
And did you have a discussion with Mr. Bogosian about whether or not you or someone else from the city should be sending the actual Tradewind report to SEMA?
No, I understood that Mr. Bogosian had the report. I understood that he was having the necessary discussions to understand the technical aspects of it, and that he was going to be in a position to provide us with a draft opinion as soon as possible. So we were working quickly to bring that information together.
So you would have relied on Mr. Bogosian to decide whether or not to send the actual Tradewind report to Mr. Malone?
I did rely on Mr. Bogosian to provide the city with the information and the legal opinion regarding the liability impacts. He had the Tradewind report, he had the information that SEMA, all the reports that he was provided, and he had my authority to have those conversations with Mr. Malone to help him assess and provide that opinion. So yes, I relied on him to take the necessary steps he felt were needed to provide the city with his opinion. And I understood that he had done that based on the conversations he had relayed to us.
And did he have your authority to provide the actual, like an actual copy of the Tradewind report to SEMA?
He wouldn't have needed that authority. He would have had by me providing it to him. Had he felt that that was necessary, I would have had understood him to have provided that if he felt it was necessary.
So you left it to him to decide whether or not Mr. Malone should receive an actual copy of the Tradewind report.
I left it to him to decide, yes, whether he had whatever he needed to do to provide us with the opinion. He was the expert in providing that information to the city on that basis.
And there's a note that says friction testing, question mark, done. What is that referring to?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that the 2015 SEMA report had recommended friction testing?
Yes, I did recall that. I do recall that was a component there.
And where it says done, do you recall telling Mr. Bogosian or having a discussion about whether or not that was actually done?
I remember the issue coming up by the fact that it's mentioned in my notes, but I don't recall the specifics of the discussion that we had around that.
And then there's a note that says need PW to confirm. What is that referring to?
That line and the arrow is coming down from the chart discussion around whether it was implemented partial or not. So that note is then to confirm which aspects of the chart 9.2 Public Works had either completed, whether partially or not. So to confirm the status of that work.
And under action items, there's a note that says PW to confirm 9.2 chart implementation.
Yes.
So whose action item was that for?
Me.
So so the action item was for you to have Public Works confirm the implementation of the safety recommendations.
Yes, I understood, as I mentioned earlier, that they had largely completed those items. I didn't know for certain whether each and every item had been completed and whether there were any outstanding. My takeaway from this conversation with Mr. Bogosian was that in order to best situate the city from a liability perspective, that if there were any outstanding items from that chart in 9.2, that it was his advice that those items be completed as quickly as possible. And that was my takeaway from that meeting and that discussion, that in order to best protect the city's interests, we should complete all of those items as soon as possible if they weren't already done. And that was the action item. My takeaway was to seek that confirmation and to pass that information on to Public Works.
Okay, and so you've referred to potential mitigation measures to mitigate against the risk of liability. And you've talked about getting a general liability assessment from Mr. Bogosian. What was the liability that you were trying to protect against?
So so the two components were the potential for there being arguments of discoverability of if there were any issues related to the friction of the road. At least that was my partial understanding at the time. And then if there were any, if Mr. Bogosian had any other thoughts or opinions to offer, certainly that was what I was seeking of him, to advise what, if anything, he thought was potential exposure or potential sources of liability resulting from the release of the trade wind report. And I understood him to say at this point in time that the primary, his advice was to best position the city was to make sure that those items in chart 9.2 were completed as quickly as possible.
And when you say that there were potential for arguments of discoverability, so are you referring to concerns about previous matters, or what do you mean by that?
So my understanding was that if there may be potentially an issue with the report being released and the fact that it was produced or created in prior to the time that it was released. And so there may be claims that might try and assert that they would otherwise have brought that as an issue or a potential in a claim, but they didn't know about it until it was released. So that was my general understanding and what I was asking David part of what I was asking David to provide his assessment on.
So the concern was collisions that may have happened on the Red Hill Valley Parkway previously and potentially plaintiffs coming forward now that the trade wind report was released. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that summarizes it.
So Registrar, could you put up image 1 and 2 together so we can have the full note? So at the bottom of image 1, it says road surface MSA, not common in NA, longer life, less noisy, larger aggregate pieces. I think it says don't condense, micro ponding, reduced, and then there's a down arrow, coefficient, friction. What is this note reflecting?
Just try. So you're at the bottom with number 2?
Yeah, we have a transcription too, if you prefer to look at that one.
Sure. I think that we were just discussing the nature of the road surface at that point, the type of asphalt that was used, and some of the concerns or other aspects of its nature. I don't really have any other recollection on that.
Is that Mr. Bogosian conveying to you what he's learned from Mr. Malone?
I don't believe so. I believe that's him digesting the information that he'd been provided and identifying that, but I can't be certain. I don't recall specifically.
But this is information coming from Mr. Bogosian, though, not
Yes.
from Mr. Sabot or from you.
No, this is me making notes of what Mr. Bogosian is speaking about.
Okay, and so you don't recall if Mr. Bogosian is speaking from his own knowledge or based on the conversation with Mr. Malone?
Yeah, that's my understanding. I believe that the first point speaks to his discussion with Mr. Malone, but again, I can't recall specifically.
When you say the first point, you mean the not common in NA? Is that what you're referring to?
No, the number 1. So the
Oh, I see.
information that follows the number 1 in the margin, and that this was then a next issue. So something else that he was talking about.
Okay, and so do you recall so there was a discussion with Mr. Bogosian about a reduced coefficient of friction arising from the road surface?
If it's captured in my notes, I don't recall anything beyond that on this issue.
And then on the second page, it says recourse/review choice for MSA. What is that referring to?
So I believe that that's referring to Mr. Bogosian's thoughts around the potential for there to be a concern around the choice of using MSA at the beginning, but I can't, I don't recall specifically.
Okay, and so, but that was probably a comment from Mr. Bogosian?
I believe so.
Okay. And then where it says liability extent to which city implemented recommendation will determine.
Yes, so that again was my takeaway from the conversation, which was the extent to the city's potential exposure would be mitigated by the extent to which they had undertaken the measures that were identified in 9.2.
And where it says question mark enhanced police enforcement, and then there's a star that says concerns. Was there discussion about potential enhanced police enforcement?
Yeah, so I understood that both the friction of the roadway and the speeding that the drivers would engage in during that on that road were factors in that contributed to the wet weather collisions, and this was a further suggestion on how to potentially reduce that factor by having enhanced police enforcement to address the concerns around speeding.
Was that a comment that Mr. Bogosian was conveying to you that came from Mr. Malone?
I believe so. But that may have been his suggestion based on his conversations with Mr. Malone or based on his own review. I can't remember for certain which one. But that was certainly Mr. Bogosian identifying that as a potential.
And so this would have been a potential kind of interim measure.
Yes, it was one of the considerations that was put forward by him.
Okay. I take it Mr. Bogosian is not a safety expert, so he wouldn't be giving advice on public safety measures?
So Mr. Bogosian is an expert in municipal liability surrounding roadways. So I'm not sure whether that would have been something that he would feel comfortable providing advice on. So I can't speak to that, but you're right. He's not a safety expert, but he does have expertise in this particular area of liability. So that would be something that he would need to answer.
I mean, there's a little star and it says concerns. Do you know if there were concerns about enhanced police enforcement?
No, I don't think there were concerns about enhanced police enforcement. I do think there were concerns about the speeding that was taking place on the road as a contributing factor.
Okay. And just before I go to the next note, where there's reference to MSA, I take it that you're actually referring to SMA?
Very likely, yep. Sometimes
okay.
I will switch letters around when I'm writing quickly.
So then you'll see a little circle that says BM, contribution to wet road collision. It says road surface, speed, I think it's curves, and then close proximity / spacing of exists / on-ramps.
Sure, that looks like that could be curves.
So do you recall what's this note referring to?
So this note is referring to Mr. Bogosian relaying to me, Brian Malone. So the note there for BM is for Brian Malone, relaying the contributions to wet weather collisions that Mr. Malone conveyed to him.
Okay, and so you understood on December 11th that Mr. Malone had viewed road surface as a contribution to wet road collisions.
Yes, I understood that those were the contributing factors. In no particular order.
Okay. So Mr. Bogosian didn't tell you that there was a ranking?
That was not my understanding from the note that I took here.
Do you recall if Mr. Bogosian gave you a ranking?
I don't recall that he did.
Okay, so you don't recall either way if he had conveyed to you a ranking or if this was just a list of factors.
So my understanding was that this was not a ranked list, that this was a list of factors, contributing factors. So I did not have the understanding that that was a ranked list.
Okay, and then there's a note that says, despite implementing, collisions haven't improved, and then there's a down arrow. And is that Mr. Bogosian conveying that information to you?
Yes. I believe so.
And so did that cause you any concern that despite implementing the measures that were set out in, or whatever measures were set out in the SEMA report, that collisions hadn't improved and they've gotten worse?
So again, this was information that was being provided to me. I didn't understand that to be a factor or a contributing element to Mr. Bogosian's liability assessment. We were continuing to have a further discussion around the particular items in section 9.2, and that we would have further discussions at that point. So it wasn't conveyed to me in the context of being an issue with respect to his opinion.
So you're saying, I just want to make sure I understand. So when Mr. Bogosian conveyed to you that despite implementing some or all of the SEMA safety recommendations, collisions hadn't improved, you didn't see that as being relevant to the liability assessment? Is that what you're saying?
He didn't present it to me in that context. He was providing that information, but it didn't come in the context of his liability assessment.
What does that mean in terms of having a call with him? Did
So
you say
I don't
liability assessment and not?
So no, I don't know what particular relevant that statement had with respect to his liability assessment. I was writing down the things that he was discussing, but I don't recall how that fit into his liability assessment.
Okay, but was it concerning to you to hear that the collisions hadn't improved despite implementing the safety recommendations, or some or all of the safety recommendations?
So I'm not sure what you mean by concerning. So in what regard?
Did it cause you concern?
So I don't think I had any particular concern about it. It was information that I understood had been provided and was being addressed by public works staff. My concerns were relating to providing a legal opinion, and I didn't understand from David's discussion that this was a particular factor in his assessment.
Okay, and then there's a note, there's flashing flash beacon, cat eyes, flashback speed sign, and then on the right side it says all of section 9, details section 45. So what is that referring to?
That's going back to the discussion of the countermeasures that were identified in the SEMA report as potential mitigation factors, and looking at what the specifics of those recommendations were. Excuse me.
So this was again just going back to the action item that you had?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And then it says Thursday 12/1 p.m. Do you recall scheduling another call with him?
I don't. I suspect that was what that was referring to, but I don't recall specifically. I know we had identified an opportunity to hopefully speak again.
So we had looked at the email from December the 10th that Mr. Bogosian sent to you about suggesting that he get SEMA consultant input about interim safety measures and then conveying the opinion to you. What was your understanding that that's what he did when he spoke with Mr. Malone?
Yeah, so that's what I understood him to convey to us in this call, that he had those conversations with Mr. Malone. He had discussed with him what he needed to be able to provide a preliminary liability assessment based on this conversation. And the takeaway from that was, the extent to which the city was able to implement those recommendations, that those recommendations constituted everything that SEMA would recommend, so that if we implemented those, that we would be putting the city in the best position with respect to liability and mitigating any potential additional risk.
So did you have any understanding of whether or not SEMA had an opinion on whether interim safety measures would be needed?
To know, I understood that what I had asked Brian to do, which was to use Mr. Malone to help him understand the liability position of the city, to have those conversations in the context of the Tradewind report. I understood him to have done that and to have conveyed that, at least in a preliminary form verbally, to us in this call.
Okay. And I think your evidence was that any potential interim safety measures that was in the purview of public works staff.
Yes, and that we were having these conversations around the relationship between those measures that were recommended and their impact on the city's liability. And that's the conversation that is noted here.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62510? So here at the bottom of the page, we have an email from Mr. McGuire. This is on December the 12th, 2018. So the day after you've spoken with Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Sabo. And he says, the subject is SEMA is in the office now. He says, should we get a call going with Brian? He's in office. And he sends this to you and to Ms. McNeil. And then we have a response from Ms. McNeil on December the 12th, 2018 that says, I haven't received any direction on this yet, so we won't be in a position to speak with Brian today. Thanks for the heads up, though. So did you have any understanding of why Mr. McGuire was asking you and Ms. McNeil about getting a call going with Brian?
No, I did not.
And when Ms. McNeil responds that she hasn't received any direction on this yet, and so we won't be in a position to speak with Brian today, do you have any understanding of why Ms. McNeil responded that way?
No, I don't.
So were you aware of any direction that may have been given to Public Works about speaking with SEMA?
No, I don't. I don't have any. I did not provide any direction that they couldn't speak to them. So I don't know what that was about.
And who was Ms. McNeil receiving direction from at the time on this issue? On when I say this issue, the Tradewind report matters.
So had there been direction, it would have come from myself or Mr. Sabo, but I don't recall providing her any direction that that Gord could not speak to SEMA, particularly relating to any safety concerns that he may have.
So you're copied on Ms. McNeil's response. Were you surprised to see Ms. McNeil respond in this way?
So at the time, I don't recall having a particular reaction to the email. I was reviewing, speaking to David, dealing with other matters, and moving towards having a conversation with staff on the 14th. So I don't recall having a particular reaction to that email.
And you certainly didn't. Did you at any point tell Mr. McGuire, actually, it's okay, you should go and speak with SEMA if you need to?
No, but I also did not say anything to the contrary. So at no point in time did I say that he could not speak to SEMA if he had wanted to. And frankly, it's my expectation that he would have had those conversations. And had I provided that kind of a direction, he would have either, if he hadn't been in agreement with it or had any concerns with it, that he would have clearly stated those concerns and taken that to either his general manager or the city manager had he had concerns about such a direction.
Okay, but you would have seen this response from Ms. McNeil at the time.
I believe I would have seen it. I also receive a great number of emails in a day. I don't recall having any particular reaction, but I do know that we were working towards having this information and having a conversation, which Gord was a party to on December the 14th, where I conveyed all of what the work that I had been doing, and similarly had discussions with public works staff around the information that they had been gathering from SEMA directly, and having those conversations around the safety audit and the work that was ongoing. So I was working towards that meeting and having that discussion. So I don't recall having a particular reaction or review of this email.
So is it possible that there were some discussions which suggested that, legal would be talking to Public Works about this on December 14th, so let's just hold off for now?
I don't recall having those discussions. I believe that was what I was operating under, but I can't speak to what was in Ms. McNeil's mind or what we had. I don't recall having any particular discussions with her about that.
Okay, but you're saying that in your mind, you were thinking that you were planning on updating Public Works on where things stood from a legal perspective on December the 14th. And so
yes, I believe we had a meeting scheduled if it hadn't been scheduled already.
Okay, and so in your mind, you were planning on having this meeting, so it's possible that you would just want Public Works to hold off until you have that meeting, and then you can go from there. Is that a fair way of characterizing it?
No, because at no point in time was it a consideration of mine that Mr. McGuire couldn't speak to SEMA. So I don't have any, that is not something that I considered at any point in time. So I don't know where that comes from. I don't know what information, or that's certainly not consistent with my recollection or any of the documents that I have that suggest that they had direction that they could not speak to SEMA about a safety issue or anything that they needed to speak to SEMA about. So I don't have any other information on that point. Okay,
but the emails that you had exchanged with Mr. Bogosian, in which Mr. Bogosian suggests that he obtain an opinion from SEMA and communicate it to you through his opinion letter as a way to prevent disclosure or to prevent access to the correspondence. That would suggest that there was some consideration given to how SEMA should be approached and by who.
So that was Mr. Bogosian's thoughts, and that is, I think, fairly common when you're having conversations with an expert, between a lawyer and an expert, that those conversations would be privileged as a matter of course. So I'm not really sure that I understand the question. So certainly no direction was given to anybody else about whether they could or couldn't speak to SEMA about the normal courses of their work. So I think those two things are separate.
So we have here some emails that suggest that Ms. McNeil is under the impression that she needs to get a direction before Public Works can go off and talk to SEMA. We also have emails between you and Mr. Bogosian in which you're discussing how to approach SEMA, how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on interim safety measures. These are happening at the same time. And so your evidence is that you were totally fine with Public Works to go off and talk to SEMA on their own, and you have no idea why Ms. McNeil would respond in this way?
That's correct.
Registrar, could we go to HAM 55560, image 8? So this is an internal timeline that was prepared by city staff. And at the very top, it says under the December 13th, 2018, it says Soldo reaches out to second safety consultant for independent review of the work/issues just to see if available. And then in brackets, it says Audi say not required to do this. Intis road safety engineering.
Who did you say drafted this document?
So this timeline came from, let me just, Registrar, if you could, could you pull up HAM 55559 next to this? So here, this is so just for your reference, this timeline is an attachment to an email from Diana Cameron. And it's dated May the 22nd, 2019.
And sorry, that was sent to Ms. Racine?
To Ms. Racine, copied to Ms. Graham, yes.
Okay, so I wasn't provided with this at that time.
Okay, but I just wanted to understand if you recall having any discussions with Mr. Soldo about reaching out to a second safety consultant.
So no, I wasn't asked to review this document or provide any comment on it. I can't comment on the accuracy or certainly I don't recall having any discussion to that effect. As identified there, I don't recall. I did not have that discussion.
Okay, so you're saying you did not have any discussion with Mr. Soldo about reaching out to a second safety consultant just to see if they're available?
No.
Okay, and so you also, your evidence is also that you did not tell Mr. Soldo that this wasn't required.
That's correct.
And you have no idea why this entry would be in this timeline.
That is also correct. I don't recall being ever asked to review this for any purpose.
Well, you did for the purposes of this inquiry.
Yes, but not prior to this.
Right, okay. And if it helps, our understanding is that Diana Cameron and Jasmine Graham were the ones who were involved in preparing this timeline, if that helps you at all.
No, except that I don't have any recollection or any input into that document.
Okay. And would you have expected Mr. Soldo to talk to you about retaining a potential safety consultant?
I would have expected that if Mr. Soldo had felt he needed to consult a safety expert, that he would have done so.
And he wouldn't.
He did not need to seek my approval to get the information he needed to do his job.
Okay.
Had he felt that that was necessary.
And because you don't recall any discussions with public works staff about who should be contacting safety consultants around this time.
That's correct. It was my understanding, frankly, the opposite, that they were having conversations with SEMA and they were doing that review with SEMA, following up on their 2015 review. I understood that to be taking place at the time. And certainly by the meeting on the 14th, I was made aware of that.
Commissioner, I'm going to be moving on to another topic, so I wonder if we should just break for the day.
Okay. That's fine. We'll stand adjourned for the evening and return tomorrow at 9:30. Are you proposing a breakout room for council?
Yes, if we could do that, Registrar, that would be great.
Okay. Otherwise, we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening all.
Thank you.